Alright, YouTube, we're here. I'm back with my Chaos Bonestorm Mage. Basically, we play a Blood Mage. We don't get Leech. We get Crimson Power. And Gore Spike. Fully stacked. This leads me to having over 10,000 effective life. I have Energy Shield. I have 100% of my mana being taken as damage. 30. And I just don't die because I get crazy recoup. We start here. We come up the tree here. Grab a couple crit and energy shield nodes here. Keep moving up. Grab a bunch of crit damage nodes here. Get faster recoup here. Because I currently have 80% of damage taken recouped as mana. And remember, mana blocks all damage for us before health. Eldritch Battery turns all of our energy shield into health. So the way I'm getting energy shield is this helmet. Gives me an energy shield equal to a percentage of my health. So even after this conversion, I end up with a small energy shield that I can overflow with Grim Feast. Grab some mana turns into damage nodes here. Because I have low stats on gear, I had to pick up this big intelligence node. I don't think this is actually optimal, it's just what I had to do. But since I was here, I grabbed some big energy shield nodes. More crit while we're here. I'm left on the tree. We get a bunch of minion life and regeneration nodes. Get some more damage recoup as mana. We always have Arcane Surge up, and Arcane Surge says more mana regeneration, so we like it. Along with cast speed. We're desperate for cast speed wherever we can get it. I get these cast speeds nodes here, even with the penalty, just to save myself a few points from going here, and from increasing my mana costs. And then this node is one of the best tank nodes in the game. It reduces critical damage bonus against us, letting us survive more crits. These nodes here are just for keeping my minions up. I run 8 clerics, and I just need them to res each other as fast as possible, and I'll get to that in a second. For my jewels, they're still in a state of imperfection, but I recently grabbed a bunch that just said skill effect duration, minion maximum life, and minions take reduced physical damage. The extra duration let me save a few points here in skill effect duration. Saving these 4 points allowed me to put 4 points in more crit, and 1 more point to get this growing swarm. The reason minions matter, even though I have no minion damage, is I just need a high number of minions. Currently I have 10 minions. And this scepter gives me 3% more chaos damage per minion added to all of my abilities. My main ones being Bonestorm and Detonate Dead. So my Bonestorm does, with 10 minions alive, 30% more damage as chaos. But it gets way better. This is why I have so many clerics. If I send these minions over here, and then press on Earth, I now have 22 unearthed minions and 10 regular minions. By using weapon swap, we can desummon and resummon our minions, bypassing the normal respawn timer, and get up to 32 minions. That's 96% more damage as chaos on all of our abilities, which starts to get pretty silly. Using this strategy, we can greatly increase our Bonestorm's damage. So remember, Scattershot completely bricks the damage stat, even though it increases the damage of Bonestorm, due to the way it increases the maximum number of projectiles fired per stage. So currently, it takes 20 stages to get Bonestorm to maximum cast. If I cast it, it takes quite some time before it's fully formed. But if I slot in Scattershot, look how fast it casts. And it will be significantly faster when I have Arcane Surge, which I will always have up, because I'm always critting. But just to make the number go up a little bit higher, I'm going to slot this out so you have a better understanding of what's happening. Currently, it's at 17k, but let me do my trick to get a bunch of minions real quick. Now we're at 25k, or 35k damage. This is insane, especially considering that this isn't being tracked. Minion Pack doesn't change the number, and Unbreakable doesn't change the number. Well, Unbreakable isn't the damage increase, it's just good. This prevents us from being stunned in the face, because we don't have much stun threshold. Put this wand away. I've not made a video on this yet. My previous video, which you can find on the YouTubes, let me bring it up real quick. So, display channel. This video here will cover my starter minion build. Not minion build, starter mapping build. This allows you to clear tiers 15 and 16 content the moment you're done with the campaign. It does have a few flaws, as Burning Ground is the most terrifying thing in the world. It doesn't work like Flame Wall, so it bypasses one of our mechanics to block damage. It's survivable if you're in it quickly, but I just skipped maps with it. What's crazy about this build is it only costs 6 exalts. So this is the cheapest build to clear all content in the game. You can do it right away. And then you can use that cheap build to farm gear until you have a couple Divine Orbs. One of the best places to farm gear with my my cheap build is actually Trial of the Sekemahs. Because with Trial of the Sekemahs, you can stack a lot of really good relics to get yourself a ton of honor. Grab one with honor resistance. Then you give yourself a bunch of move speed. And then there are tapestry and amphora relics that have an effect that gives the merchant +3 options. It's a really, really good choice because it lets you buy all the OP things every time from the merchant. You just spec water and blast. Also, since you have so much honor, there's a regular option from the trial to take a downside and then get 3 boons, or take a downside and then remove 3 banes. And the downside is you take physical damage. So with my old armor build at 80% armor, I would just pick that and it wouldn't even make my honor go down that much. It would be like minus 100 honor when I have 6,000. It was completely a joke. I don't know if this current build could actually do Sekemahs, because I'll die to honor, even though this build is just basically immortal. Alright, let's go do a map. You guys have been waiting long enough. If you're watching this in the future, grab a tier 15 map. Alright, whatever this is, make it a little bit more rough to play against. Okay, that's starting to get a little spooky. Let's throw an Exalt on it. Okay, so they have more elemental resist, which we don't care about. Okay, I'll throw corruption. And it dropped it to 14. Oh, sad. Alright, let's try a different one. Trying to get a good tier 16. Let's take this 15. Grab an alchemy orb, hit it. This recovery rate and energy shield could actually delete me. And they have a bunch of chaos damage, and they have bleed. Cool, let's chaos it. Nothing happened. Oh, our monsters are armored, so they're going to take less damage from our Bonestorm. This will be a good test. They'll also corrupt an additional time. A little tired. I'm going to run just this Bloodwood. That only has +1 monster level. This should be fine. If I'm awake enough, which I don't think I am. One final check of things. Still haven't slotted in my sockets because I'm trying to decide if I stick with this gear or move on. We'll see. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is build up my energy shield. Then my monster's out in front of me. By using both Sacrificed and Grim Feast, I can get my energy shield overflowed. So I'm less likely to die in one hit.
Splinters of bone.
Alright, let's keep moving. I think one of my skills did not save. When I cast Bonestorm, it should switch to that one. I don't think it just did right there. But manually swapping does not, or automatically swapping does not refresh my minions. It's just the manual swapping. That's good to know. Maybe it only summons them out of combat. I just learned of this trick and I've been trying to figure out the limits of it. Maybe that, yeah. So it only works out of combat. That's less good. Oh, I forgot to mention, I have double corruption. So there's always a chance that I get extra stuff. Currently I'm fighting monster level 61. 446% increased waystones because of the second corruption. What did it do? It made the recovery rate worse? Yep, it made all the modifiers worse. So if this, I guess, exploit, not really an exploit, if this bug to resummon my minions does not end up working out, there's actually something else I can do, which is just as effective. Actually, probably more effective. Just as. It's probably a better term. Agamemnon. It's going very well. I am fighting a pretty ridiculously scary set of modifiers right now. And, I'm still tanky as shit. So, and it actually might have gotten more broken. You see all these minions? Normally there's a respawn timer, right? So if you kill them all, you have to wait a long time. But if I just swap weapons and swap back, I can just resummon them. So, if that just always works, that means I just always can refresh my minions. And things are going to be really silly. Thank you a ton for the ring. It's been very, very helpful. I mean, other than all the help I've gotten in chat, I think it's the most direct streamer privilege thing I've gotten. That's a very good ring. Appreciate this, the streamer privilege.
Splinters of bone.
Oh, it was Vaughn that gave it to me, not Agamemnon? Okay, I'm mixing people up. I am so sorry, Vaughn. Nice to see you here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. You're just two different clients or something. So, we're just all viewers of the same, and you're memeing. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, because I was just like, wait, I thought it was aggro. But I was right. Yay. Alright, so a couple things I want to point out that I've figured out kind of late. I was able to take these points out by spending some points on duration. The increased chaos damage is handy, don't get me wrong. But I would rather take crit chance any day over chaos damage. I just need to crit. Like, I need to get to 100% crit chance or get close to it. So by taking these points out, this was just 30% duration. I was able to get like 45% more duration from jewels. These 2 points to go from here to this jewel socket. Look, this jewel socket is worth 13% skill effect duration. And it's worth minions have physical damage reduction. The other stuff doesn't matter right now, right? I just need my minions to not die. So this point here is worth 3, actually more than 3 skill points, because this is worth 5, 10. Yeah, I did. I'll show you what I did with it, because it's really cheap. So if I were to not get this final point, all I could get from these 3 points would be 15% duration. And this final one is 15% by itself. But this 1 point is basically 15% duration. This is worth 3 skill points as far as I'm concerned. And it only took 2 skill points to get there. And it gives my minions an additional physical damage reduction greater than this skill point here, which I have to path towards. So this was clutch. What I enchanted my neck with? Dude, a lot of these rubies were like 1 to 5 exalteds. And some of them I added an extra stat on. and failed. So I spent a total of like 20 Exalted just trying. Like I'd buy a couple and then roll them, or I'd just buy them straight out. This one was yeah, this one was like 2 Exalted. Look at this. This is insane. That's 3.5 skill points of value. I don't care about the bleed, but like, okay. I have 6 jewel sockets right now. It saved me so much. So that's one of the things I spent like an hour just because finding the right jewel when there's so many options is like insane. I need to do a filter where I find every single jewel option I can and say pick count 3 and then list like 15 different options I care about and go like, okay, make sure it has skill effect duration and then pick 3 of these 15 other things, you know, or 30 other things that it could be. Nice. So are you running Infernalist, Mercer? Gotcha. How much armor did you have prior to doing that swap? Because I found I could take hits at like 9,000 armor and 6% damage reduction. Oh yeah, 20% armor isn't going to do anything. That's the problem. Like that's the main problem with armor. Yeah, yeah. So what you're saying makes sense. Okay, so you weren't a full armor build. Yeah, yeah. I think full armor, if you have high roll armor gear, still is useful on a blood mage, like my previous build. But just like having anything less than 9,000 armor or 8,000 armor, don't even try. Like it's not even it's completely a dead stat under 8,000 armor. And then even then the only reason I was able to survive with 8,000 armor is because I'm a blood mage and I had 5,000 HP on top of that while still being able to build. I had no HP on my gloves, boots, or shield, so I could get stuff with like 900 armor, 700 armor here, and 600 armor here. And since health rolls take away from armor, you just can't even. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's actually quite that bad, because I don't... So Crip was playing mostly solo self-found, so I guarantee he didn't have a 900 armor shield and 700 armor boots. Right? Like, I know he didn't have that, so he never got easy 9,000 armor. I think that was his problem. So he gave slightly bad data. But, to be fair, he's also playing an Infernalist, so his health pool was less than mine. He was running around with like 3k HP. And like, with 5,000 HP, something could hit me like a big, like I could get hit slammed by a boss and I might live with this much HP. Right? So if I was playing an Infernalist, I might just be dead. Without a ton of, even with the doggo. Nice. So you're at a total of about 14k. So, Vaughn, I just got this chest. That's another thing I just changed, right? Some guy was selling it for a couple Exalted, and he got spammed, so he changed it to 1 Divine, and I messaged him. I said, can I give you 1 Divine, 30 Exalted? And he's just like, you know what? Sure. So I got this for under 2 Divine, and it has Chaos Resistance. So I don't care at all about the faster start of Energy Shield, and if this was a Hexa road... Well, the faster start is kind of just... eh? It is nice, don't get me wrong. It actually is nice because I have so... whatever. But most of my energy recharge comes from Grim Feast, because like, look... See my shield now? 1700? if I want to just get... let me just stack all of my energy shield up like that. Did you see how easily? Yup, it's so great. So, remember, by the time something breaks through this 3,000 shield, I mean, I'm running this Chaos Maze. You were here last night when I was running this, right? Yeah. So, if I get bursted for 3,000, by the time they get through this shield, I'm regenning like 500 mana per second when they're already hit from the recoup from breaking this shield. If something gets me, so I currently have a total of this number. Pull it up on stream. This is how much total like health, energy, shield, and mana I have. Let's say someone hits me for like a 10,000 damage, right? I go to 400 HP in one hit. That hit will cause my mana recoup rate to hit like 1,500 mana per second. That will refill this entire thing in 2 seconds, giving me time to like think, breathe, or do whatever. So, what I love about this build is like my energy shield. Yeah, dude, Calastia for the win. And the fact that I have this energy shield at 3,000 now is like hilarious, because anytime something gets to my mana, it's already recouping at a ridiculous rate. And I never run into the issue of like, oh, something hit me, I can't cast spells now, and I'm just a free kill. I'm actually, the next necklace I'm gonna get is gonna have recoup on it. Okay, so these poison guys hit me, right? Normally this is very scary. I mean, I stopped dodging there, right? Normally that's incredibly scary. But you saw, even though I took like extra hits because I wasn't dodging, I just lived because I had my mind over matter was canceling their poison. That was scary. Okay. There's one other thing. That was with 65% less recovery. Okay, it's life recovery and energy shield, so it's not mana shield. Oh, Iceberg Life. With 20 Exalted, you can clear tier 6. Or tier 16s. If you look at my latest video, I literally have a 6 Exalt build. It's probably 12 Exalt build now. Nice. Yeah, I tried crafting a few things, and I've actually spent like 10 chaos on random shit. And I almost got lucky. I got very, very close to getting exactly what I wanted. No, I haven't looked up Lifespring. I don't even know what that is. Oh, I want to show you one other thing. So currently I'm using this cheese to respawn my minions, even if they're on cooldown, right? So during a boss fight... Oh. It doesn't always work. I don't know what the rules are to making these respawn, right? So it might not work on boss fights. But you know how we get a dual spec? I'm wondering if I use my dual spec, right? And take out a bunch of points and like crit damage here. So I think, is it 24 points we get with dual spec? So imagine if every time I press on Earth, I don't know how snapshotting works. If it snapshots, when I press unearth, I want to run extra radius, so my unearth is like 100% bigger. So it just hits the whole screen and I get all the minions, right? And then, if it's possible, I want to run like duration here and duration here. And if it snapshots, all of the minion survivability nodes, so that my unearth minions have effectively like 15 points of survivability that then gets snapshotted, and when I switch back to my regular weapon, they keep those stats. I don't know if that's how it works. That's how it should work, right? So if I'm able to snapshot my unearth minions with crystalline flesh and growing swarm, that means I could take these points out when I'm doing Bonestorm. I could save all of these points, and I could save all of these points. That's 7 more points I could put towards doing, and these points. That's 7, that's 10 more points I could put to doing Bonestorm damage. Heck, I could even save these points. That's a potential of about 12, because I'd have to path inefficiently a little bit. I don't know, because I remember I'm not snapshotting clerics. I think warriors and clerics update when you swap weapons. I don't know about unearth because they're temporary. They might snapshot. I don't care if the clerics stay the same. What I care about is keeping these unearth minions up during boss fights. So if I could snapshot these and keep them super tanky so they don't die during boss fights, then I could do 10 more points of Bonestorm damage, which means I could go like up here and grab armor break. I could go like here and grab like 100% more chaos damage. I could add way more crit nodes comfortably and cast speed nodes to my Bonestorm would be insane. Or I could just go more tank for my personal tank. Because like I'm missing like crit damage. So let's count how many crit damage nodes I'm skipping right now. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm gonna count that as one because I'm lazy. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing like 8 crit damage nodes right now that I could easily just roll over, and that would give me an extra 100% crit damage, which is like 20. I would just do 25% more damage if I could do that. Yeah, clerics are just there to to just be ammo. Really, and it's only when I'm using Unearth do I care about them. Like, they need to not be dead, true, right? But if I make my Unearth minion Snapshot, I could possibly take Meat Shield and put it on my clerics, giving them more survivability. So that I don't need to spec into all this to keep them alive. But, snapshotting was like super bugged and broken day 1 and 2, and they fixed some of it. Not snapshotting, weapon swapping with minions was like super janky, so I haven't really messed around with it because... Okay, so now I'm swapping weapons and I'm not getting the instant respawn. But I just got it there when I shouldn't have. So, you can get it in combat. I don't know what the rule is. But if I keep swapping weapons, it seems like it eventually just does it. So, right before this, right before I tried this minion swap strat, I did a tier 15 boss map, and I want to show you something I recently did. So I like bossing, so I've got a bunch of points in bossing up here. Look. This. Okay, I haven't done the burning monolith. Alright, so rather than go like 15% item quantity, I put 2 more ranks in plus 1 map boss difficulty. Because the maximum value is at 4 map boss. And I went to this map boss, and I couldn't keep my Unleash minions up most of the time, right? I had just turned off these nodes, and it was not a good time. I needed to put these nodes back in. But that was the first boss I didn't just instantly melt. So it also was a boss with like 78% more health. So the boss had 3 million HP, and it actually like took me a minute to kill it. So I was in no risk of dying, but I was like, hold up, this boss took more than 3 Bonestorms? That's not normal. But yeah, I haven't played with too many people in this game. I actually liked playing with people more in Diablo, and I think a lot of that might become less of an issue over time.
Death is my power to wield.
But like, there's currently just, it's hard for me to parse everything going on, and I get kind of overwhelmed. Started working out with Calastia towards the end, especially when I switched off of like arsonists. Oof.
Speak.
Yeah, the one-shot percent in this game is pretty rippy. I'm pretty sure I can deal with minions doing, or enemies doing like 80% more damage right now. Like, it used to be 40%, but right now I feel like 80 is where I feel safe. What the fuck is this ring? How many divines is this ring worth? Uh...
Indeed.
See. Do I just put this for like 20, 30 divines and pray? It has one, it's so good already and it's missing one stat. I don't want to, I think it might sell better if I don't enchant it. I know I can, but I think people will pay more because they... Imagine if it's like some useless stat, right? It'll sell more, possibly, because it's only 5, and people are going to gamble it, right? Like, this one is 45, this one is 7, and this one has more damage on it. Like, these have slightly more resists. No, these have about the same resists, right? Yeah, there's 30s and 140. This is 30s and 140. This is 30s and 140. This is slightly more resist. This one is slightly more damage. So I should go for like 30 divines, I think, on this. Exactly. Holy, did I just make a fuck ton of money? Let's see, if I put this here. Let's do that. And if it doesn't sell, I'll slowly drop the price. Does negotiate work? Alright, well, I'll try 30 defines, dude. That would be insane. Be a godsend. Yeah, dude, I would just be set. I would be happy with, like, 15 divine for that ring, honestly. I mean, I'd be happy with 10, but, like, I think I could get 15. Look how many 15s I... So, is there a precursor tablet to add corrupted? I think I need to start stacking more irradiate plus corrupted. Is that a thing I can get? Or is just corrupted a thing? So do I need to pick where there already are a bunch of irradiated or corrupted and try to irradiate those towers maybe? And just manually find all the other ones so I can get the +1 level? Because that ring dropped because it was item level 82. So it was only in my first starting zone of mapping. Dude, when I was running that first build, in this area, I was irradiate corrupted everything. I was fighting like level 82 mobs with tier 16 maps. Yeah, maybe the bugs, they're just bugged. Maybe you just slap the hands. Maybe you're not giving enough high fives out. Give more hand jobs out, you know? Gotta go click those hands. I think... Okay, yeah, but you're forgetting something. Splinter is very strong. Imagine if you had 3 to 5 splinters. How many Ninja Turtles could you train? Sorry. That's a either close stream or like and subscribe moment. Alright, let's look up precursor tablets. I want to see if I go show fill. Yeah, so here's what I was doing for that. I don't want to close that right now. Clear this. Precursor. So there's Ritual, Expedition, Breach, Delirium. Maps. No, there's no way to add corruption that I'm seeing. So you can add delirium to things. Just to be clear, here's my starting zone. Damn, I'm so lost already. Let me zoom out more. Look, this is the Citadel, right? This is a monolith. I haven't even done whatever this is. I've just, like, completely avoided it. Like the plague. Yeah, delirium is a thing. Dude, this mana shield setup is insane, dude. It is so hard for me to die because I'll get hit, and then not only does it protect me from one shot, it protects me from like non-one shot follow-up hits. Really strong. Alright, I need to use the restroom, and then I will be back. Dude, look how many freaking tablets I have. Dude, spamming Sekemahs, like everyone should just find a build, spam Sekemahs to just build up precursor tablets so that you always have them. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's why I bring my own corpses. And also, because I'm running Chaos build, Invenom is insane on... Alright, so... I'm gonna click on whatever this is. What is it?
Three keys needed here.
Yes? I should warn you. In my search for ways to stop the cataclysm, I entreated the ultimate wisdom in this world. And I paid a terrible... That price is out there still. And he is even more cunning and dangerous than I am, for he does not have my purity of purpose. When you meet him, destroy him utterly. Indeed.
Go here and add towers. This. What is the Realm Gate? Oh no. It's Relic Worry Vault. Damn it, 14. I wanted to test something. Got all these 14s that are corrupted. I don't think I can reforge corrupted stuff, right? No. Damn.
Hey, boss, don't play on that.
Okay, so this is gonna be corrupted an additional time. Let's go way over here. Oh. Okay, so that tower is something. Let's head to maybe this map. I feel like I should save a 16 for this map because the 16 will get +2 levels. Yeah, so these double irradiate corrupted. So that I can actually get more difficulty on my shit. Let me kind of cheese this real quick, get some
Now!
Okay, that fall, or that freeze was really rough. My mana bar got evaporated. So glad I lived that. I don't know if I've ever done this map type. Kind of cool that I'm just like still finding new map types. Give me some fucking density. God damn it, dude. This delirium was shit. There's just nothing. It's like little packs of 3 mobs, and I was playing a little slow because one of them just deleted me. Look how much distance there are between mobs. No density. Oh, sorry, I'm just a little frustrated that my delirium went to waste here. I was a little spooked by that early, like, whatever it was that just froze me and all of my mana disappeared, but I was actually fine. I think I still ended that sequence with 3,000 health, so whatever it was didn't get through my recoup. So I was actually way more fine. Yeah, I need to, like, delirium on, like, Savannah or whatever. Well, I'm up right now streaming because my sleep goes really screwed up, but I guess that's good news for you guys. My little sister's in town with my nephew, and there's just a bunch of people in the house right now, so I've been streaming at, like, you know, midnight to 9 a.m. and yesterday I slept like from like 10 or 11 a.m. to like 2 p.m. because like the pipes here are so loud when someone takes a shower. And then I have a little kid, you know, 3-year-old running around dropping heavy things. It's just like donk, donk. I have earplugs and I couldn't even remotely sleep, dude. It was so loud. So I went to bed at like 1 a.m. I was just so tired yesterday I couldn't get anything done. And then because this is my normal time to be awake, I woke up after like 3 hours because it's like, oh yeah, you've had enough sleep, right? Oh, okay. We'll take it. We'll take it. Okay. That seems pretty good. I don't think it's worth corrupting these. Right? Like, you end up getting corrupted items, then they're, like, less value. Like, yeah, it just saves you some Valors, but then you can't add quality. Let me test something, okay? Is it only 4 you can add? I think you can't add 6. I'm gonna go grab some Exalts. See what happens if I throw more Exalts into it.
Of course.
Oh, that magic find. Yeah, yeah, you can upgrade them. You have to identify them, and then you can Val Orb them too. Maybe, see, hey, is it 4? Contains identified items. Very good use of an Exalted. Look at how many things I gain. Freezes you when activated. Okay. That's spooky. I'm gonna come back when I have full overheal. Because going to town ruins your overheal. Oh shit, was that an explosion effect? No. That's some overheal, I'll be fine. Alright, let's try this. I've got some overshield and overheal. Alright, you don't actually have to be in the pack. So I think I can just, like, live over here. Be fine. Damned. I got 4 blues. They had 177% increased magic find. Or rarity. Oh, and it said they would drop identify. Okay, they are. Somebody's selling boss carries for 4th Ascendancy.
Now. Take you.
For 1 divine each. And if he's able to run a full pack of people through, he's making 5 or 6 divine. Just build a build that can do it. Oh, I'll show you. 1 sec. It's an item. It's the scepter. It's this scepter. Yeah, so that's why I use Unearth and Sacrifice to triple my minions. So you don't actually need that many minions, like that much spirit for minions. You just need enough that you can turn them into Unearth.
I think not. Peculiar but powerful.
Head into town. So I'm doing a bunch to try to keep my Unearth minions up. I need to see if Snapshotting works, because if Snapshotting works, it'll be even easier. Do you know what the concept of snapshotting is, Dennis? Like, do you know, you've seen that in other games? Dennis?
Greetings.
What is this? And is it reduced move speed? Yeah, no one's gonna want this thing. Maybe if you had like a build that ignited yourself.
I'll be here, waiting.
So snapshotting is like, alright, if I get a bunch of buffs and I cast a spell, and then I lose those buffs, do these minions still have that buff? Right? So snapshotting in a lot of games is where you get a bunch of temporary buffs, and then
Image.
that time it didn't get to let me do the summon trick to get infinite minions. Then it did that there. So, what I'm wondering, and how it should work, I think it should snapshot temporary minions. Whether it does or not is a different story. Because they have the weapon swap mechanic, right? And weapon slotting swapping for any other class lets you snapshot. So like, you can assign different skill trees for different weapons. So if I'm using like a mace and I want to have like big mace skills, I can have it do one thing, and then I can like swap weapons and have it do like bow stuff or something like that, right? What I'm thinking is, when I stop abusing this like double summon my minion thing that I'm doing to like get my minions back quick, because this is either going to get patched or it just doesn't work properly, right? So currently I can swap weapons to just kind of respawn my minions. But I'm assuming that's not going to work forever. Or it's not going to work in boss fights. I don't even know. If I could snapshot Unearth on my second weapon. So currently I have this mace here. I could run a mace with +5 to minion skills. So that when I cast Unearth, the Unearth minions summoned have +5 levels, giving them much more tank, right? And then on top of that, because you can assign up to 24 points differently per tree, right? I could remove all of these points that are in minion survivability. These points in minion survivability. I mean, I'd keep some of these because it's convenient. And I'd remove these points in minion survivability. Well, I might need these points because I would move these points in survivability. I'd remove these points in survivability. So my minions wouldn't have like any survivability when I'm casting Bonestorm. But all of the Unearth minions, if they snapshot the minion health modifiers, I could swap weapons, have all of the minion damage modifiers and health modifiers, cast Unearth, get them snapshotted, and then switch back to my regular Bonestorm loadout when I cast Bonestorm, and get the best of both worlds. Like that's what they marketed the weapon swap mechanic as being able to do. But it was super jank for minions, because like, do minions update? Do they get the new stats? We don't know. And day one, if you had minions and you weapon swap, it would just break everything. It was completely non-functional. So I haven't looked into it. But I'd love to have like plus double the area of effect of Unearth and double the duration so that I don't have to run duration on my jewels. Yes. Sam, you can get like level 36 Unearth or something like that crazy. You can get +5 skills for physical skills with Unearthed here. You can get +5 minion skills here. You can get +3 minion skills here, and you can get +2 minion skills here, and you can get corrupted +1 level on a level 20 gym. So you'd end up with +36 ranks of Unearth. And you'd press Unearth, and you would die because it would cost 3,000 health. Okay, it wouldn't cost that much, but it would. You'd just be fucked as a Blood Mage. I have to like be in overflow health to even cast the spell. And then maybe your minions would do damage.
Speak. Go.
Okay, so that was a big shame. But I want to just blast until I get to this tower. Then drop a big irradiation. I think I might want one of these 14s just to get it out of here. I can keep running 15s. I have 15s. Give me a freaking 16! Sad, dude. So sad. I felt like I got like a 16 like every 3 corruptions at like the day 1, and I have not been getting +1 level. Wait. 2 random modifiers. So, like... Yeah, this ring is very good. How do I sustain maps? Okay, so Sam, how many... What does your quest say on the right? Like, where does it say, like, what like, you know, go clear X number of maps? Because that matters. So level 6 is right around where I started getting sustained. So what I did is I just went rarity, 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 precursor tablets, rarity. I just basically did this, and it worked okay. But really, you just need to run more. And the real trick to getting the most maps, let me see if I can pull it up. Was it this one where I was just running Sekemahs all day? No, this was not the one where I was running Sekemahs. Let me find the one where I was running Sekemahs. Maybe it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. So in this video, I spam run Sekemahs. So you know the thing you had to do for Ascendancy that like everyone hates because it was just so freaking annoying when you were doing it the first time? Yeah. So what you do, Sam, is if you're capable of running Sekemahs level 80, it's the best farm for maps. You end up getting like 2 or 3 tier 15 maps per Sekemahs run, and like a precursor tablet. You get like 15 exalts worth of gear, and then just like 5 exalts randomly dropped. And the final boss has a 1 in 3 chance of dropping an item that's worth 2 divines. So you get... So those are some of the things. Whenever you go to a map boss, you want to drop your biggest, juiciest map, because they're the ones that are going to make it the most sustainable. So, like, don't do a map boss unless you have a really high map. Does that make sense? Don't go to a map boss with only like a 200. Go for like a 300% map drop chance. But really, it takes a round until where you're at. You have to get enough Atlas to start mattering. And then you're probably low on precursor. Go buy some precursor tablets as well. They're 1 exalted each. Make sure that you have everything fully irradiated and stuff, so that you get a little bit of extra stuff as well. Not having precursor tablets kind of sucks. And they're only 1 exalt, and they'll increase your drop rates from multiple maps for 1 exalt. It's worth it. Is there a breach or anything here? I think this is just like a shitty map. But I think I'd run into sustainability issues. Like, I would not have this many maps for tier 15 right now had I not built up some doing Sekemahs. Once you get, 100 maps in, you can actually get an Atlas that's half decent. Alright, I think I just leave. This map was kind of shit. Yeah, dude, just get good relics. So, I'm gonna go show you what my Sekemahs loadout looks like, so that you can cheese it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go run a Sekemahs right now, because I haven't tried it with the build. I expect this build to fail. Straight up. So, I'm gonna go run a Sekemahs, because I haven't done it with this build. Let's go do that. My other build was just so god tier giga OP for Sekemahs. It was like insane. So I expect this one to be garbage. I'm gonna run a level 80 Sekemahs as well, so I get the highest enemy drop rates. So let me show you guys what I run in Sekemahs. For relics. Very simple. Grab one with merchant, has 3 additional choices. And then you can reliably have the merchant be useful. So this is the most powerful thing. Now, this might cost divine, so before I got this, it was a little bit more risky. I think these are bugged and don't actually work, unfortunately. So there's this reduced slowing potency of debuffs. I don't think this applies to the last boss, or it doesn't apply enough. So I had 100% reduced slow potency, and the boss could still kill me if I didn't have move speed. I could do it because I had so much bonus move speed, but the slowing debuff potency didn't work on like the hindered 25% move speed reduction. So these are just still useful just because they say move speed. So I end up running around with a ton of move speed. I get some max life and some honor resistance. And I think life contributes to honor as well. But yeah, this is what I ran. And when I was running an armor setup, there's a bunch of options that say get 3 boons, take physical damage. So the amount of honor you lose is based on how much damage you take. So if you have armor, you negate the physical damage taken so you don't lose honor. So that build that I was running with the shield and 9,000 armor could completely just take every single option that said take physical damage because I couldn't care. It was free. It was like 100. And with the block, a shield in here is also really strong with 75% block because 75% of the time you don't even lose honor on getting hit. Yeah, dude, it's so freaking broken. Okay, I do have 10,000 honor, so it did factor in my mind over matter. So I only had like 6,000 honor, but I also couldn't really lose honor on being hit. Okay, look, an Exalted Orb right away, dude. Okay, gold key, I'll take it. I don't get hit much in here, so probably be fine. Where's this next mob? And you get so many Regal Orbs. Like, this is one of the best farms for Regal Orbs as well. I think I'll be so fine here. I was worried I wouldn't do well because I was worried mind over matter wouldn't translate to honor, and I think it does.
Relish your mortality.
So, like, look, take physical damage on room completion, right? If you have armor, you don't care. It's like you take 20 damage. Okay. So I'm just going to go water everywhere I can. This is a big water. This could be something bad. The single choice is very scary. So even though this is a big fountain, I'm going to avoid it. So learning what RNG, how to avoid the worst case scenario is more important than finding the best case scenario. So, water, 3 options. And I prefer this option because it gives me 2. Well, I'll be able to see far enough ahead on this choice to know if I have to go up here or if I can go here. Also, these traps do physical damage, and with armor, it was just like, if I was just a dumbass and stood in them, my health wouldn't even move. So it was yeah, a way of idiot-proofing. And after running that a bunch of times, running straight damage is probably going to be fine. Because I don't get hit much. But I've had so much practice running this that it's actually like,
Good riddance.
I'm not stressed. I already know the options.
I would give anything for a sip.
So 50% less sacred water found. That's that's pretty bad. All right, we'll see what these are. This one's pretty bad. This is one of the worst things you can get. This one's fairly bad because I'm getting a bunch of move speed, and move speed makes a lot of this game easier. Also, remember, you can roll under these to really speedrun them. So, a lot of these traps, all the fire traps, you can just spam roll. You can get comfortable with rolling under. And you can take your time with these traps. You can always avoid them just by waiting. You will never get to a point where you get, like, stuck. Like, I could just wait and only move on to squares after I see them pop. And you'll always have enough time. You won't have a situation where the square you're standing on gets destroyed while you're waiting for the next. It's not possible. So, not panicking is fine. So this could be pretty bad, because one of the minor afflictions I think can be, like, all your energy shield is lost. So I think I go water, and I lose some move speed. That's what this is going to do. And it's going to lose some relic and honor, so this one's pretty bad, actually, because I lost 2,000 honor. So maybe that was worse than getting a random minor affliction. But I also knew what it was, versus a random minor can be a run-ender. Now, to be fair, I don't know how much honor loss I'm going to get on hit. And I'm expecting that when I finally do get hit, I'm going to lose like 1,000 honor or something, and it's going to be really scary. So that's why I kept the Makaresh Shrine buff. Because when I get hit, it's gonna suck.
I would give anything for a sip.
Did I grab the key there? I just dumb. Where is the guy? Yes, a regal orb, orb of alchemy, orb of augmentation doesn't matter.
Part of my plan.
And remember, you're not locked in here, So if you want to just go to town when you're done with the thing, go grab the reward. You can just go to town. Sell your shit. And it won't delete the run. Make sure you grab the reward before you go.
How can I?
Young one.
I'm gonna vendor stuff so I keep my money up right now. That is a ton of strength. The thorns damage is a waste, but that's a pretty good thing. I'm just gonna store this here, because if anyone buys this for 5 exalts, let them. Yeah, so you can't go back through your portal. But you can still go back to Sekemahs. So this makes this way, way better. Right? And look. This Barria, you can just walk up, enter.
Let's get this over with.
And in between floors, right? So when I'm done with the boss, I can come back here and actually pick up the Barria, and it'll have the save of the Barria and all the modifiers, and you can actually sell that, I think. I haven't tried it. Alright, so I'm going to go here, because this can be really good. This is annoying, but I don't really care about slow that much. It has never been an issue. And on top of that, if my relics are working, they should work on it. They're going to work at half efficiency. But it's not damage, so I don't care.
Death is my power to wield.
A great challenge overcome.
Alright, if one of these says physical damage, I'm taking it. Just to test that. This is amazing. Let's see what the minor affliction is. This is amazing. Cannot restore honor, removed on killing the next boss. Okay, so that one I risked just because even if I died, that buff was going to be a 30% clear speed. But it's just monsters have 30% less life. So I was willing to risk it. One of the potential run-enders is also just minus 25% move speed. Cast the spell. I don't have to open all these manually. Oh, that hit me and I didn't even take damage? What?
Splinters of bone.
Dude, I don't know how any of this works. Okay, so this is nothing. I'm doing so much damage because my minions are getting stuck behind me. This is a particularly bad build for this run. Because my minions just get stuck on terrain. That's fine.
Relish your mortality.
So I'm gonna do.
Go ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
So I think as long as I'm not in combat, I can refresh my minions to get the minions like.
Stand clear.
One Bonestorm! Okay.
I knew you'd succeed.
All part of my plan.
These siphoning wands that you get here, these siphoning wands are worth several exalts. I've been selling them for 3 exalts each. You can get more. I'm gonna just dump them here for 5 exalts each. People want lightning. So either nothing or lightning, and people will buy them. I don't know why they sell for that much, but they do.
Rest a while.
Make sure you talk to this person every time before you open the door, or you get
Rest a
screwed.
while.
Oh, I got merchant prices. See, I have the 3 extra. Oh, I only have 1. I only have 1 extra option right now because I have the thing. But that 1 extra option gave me 50% more damage. That's how powerful 1 extra option is. And I got 3 normally. Buy this.
Always
Buy
only
this.
choices made.
I won't need this.
We will succeed.
Alright, I don't feel like going to town, so I'm just going to throw everything red in here. Deal with it later. I'm not going to open any of these because they don't say prime. What up, Andrew? What is that face? You nervous about Sekemahs? You have no armor. So normally this was the run ender for me last time. But I don't have armor. So no armor is fine. Shit, see, like, my stuff's despawning because it's getting so far away.
Image.
So I'm definitely doing this slower if I want to do it safe. Because I just have to wait for my slow-ass minions.
Another
That-
corpse to serve.
This option needs to be removed from the game. Good morning, Nishana. As long as this option exists, our minions will always be too slow. Minions should just move faster than you. Baseline. That's what I'm saying. So, let's say minions have 100% move speed, which they don't. But let's say they have 100% move speed. This option gets them up to 120% move speed. Darkness will answer your question in a second. No. This gets your move speed up to 120% on minions, but they're always going to start off behind you. See, they don't start moving until I've gotten away from them. So they're starting behind me. Okay, so currently I have 31% move speed, but that's only because I'm in Sekemahs. In Sekemahs, I go up to like 40% move speed because of relics. All right, so we have a lot of new people in. I'm gonna explain my build right now. So, y'all have been here for a while? Go to videos. Here we go. So, this build here, this is the best build you can put together with Bonestorm for under 20 exalts. Mine cost 6 exalts, and I was spam running Sekemahs the other day. Here, you can see it with this build. So, 6 exalts, I was spam running level 80 Sekemahs. Now, to be fair, it's 6 exalts for the tank gear, and then the optional damage gear, like this ring is like a divine, and a good wand is like, you don't need one this good to work. That's all you need to make this build work, right? So, this build, I have fully fleshed out. It's a tanky armor shield block build, so it just trolls Sekemah, right? What I'm running now is different. So that's my cheap build. This build here is going to cost anywhere from 5 to 30 divines, right? What I'm using is this scepter. This scepter gives you 3% chaos damage per minion. So with 10 minions, I get 30% bonus chaos damage added to all of my attacks. This includes my Bonestorm and my Detonate Dead. And we know how crazy Detonate Dead is. Okay, 30% damage. That's something. But, like, is it that great? Well, it gets a lot better. Because I have Sacrifice slotted and Unearth, I can cast Unearth on my own minions. So if I cast Unearth on my minions, and then respawn these minions by swapping weapons, I now have 32 minions, making this do 96% extra chaos damage. Remember, this isn't like increased damage. This is just doubling my damage. And then if you include Eye of Winter, Eye of Winter with Unleash fully stacks 20 stacks of critical weakness. We already know this. But now that I have extra chaos damage, all of my abilities that are direct hits are adding chaos. So I can put Withering Touch on Eye of Winter, which will instantly full stack it for 50% more chaos damage. So I'm now doing effectively 150 extra chaos damage So I just found this belt in this Sekemahs, right? I think it might have been the dungeon, but I just found this belt and I already sold it for 5 exalts. Making money from Sekemahs. That easy, folks.
Go on.
I don't even read what the stats on this are.
Time is of the essence.
Alright, so let me get back to what I was saying in the build. So I got basically 150% bonus chaos damage. And another thing about chaos damage is on Envenom. Poison includes the damage from both your chaos and physical damage. So my Detonate Dead is currently detonating for 20% of their health is physical, 50, and then an additional like 32% as chaos damage. No, it's 30%, yeah. So I'm doing an additional 30% of their health as chaos damage. So I'm doing 50% of their health before spell damage modifiers. So with spell damage modifiers, I'm doing like over 150% of the mob's health as chaos damage. And then I have a 50% chance to poison, which due to duration, poison does 20% of the damage done over every second for 2 seconds, and since I have duration, it's 3 seconds. So 60% of the damage done comes as a poison. So I have a 50% chance to apply that poison, so it's like I get an additional 30% damage. So now my Detonate Dead is doing like 300% of the mob's health on average or something like that. It's insane. So Detonate Dead is not my primary damage source. It's just there to make clearing faster, and if for some reason there's a mob that I just like can't reach properly because like I'm in a closet and like my Bonestorm's fucking up, I can detonate enemy mobs for actual damage or do like a tiny bit of damage by detonating one of these things. These things have no health, so they don't really do much. But it's there as an option. Is it possible to leech at level 4? I don't even run leech. No, leech is bad. If you're running a blood mage and you're running leech, you're only doing it. You're getting rid of all of the tankiness that comes from Sanguimancy, and there are reasons to do that. There's a bunch of elemental bone. To leech level 4? Oh, do you mean like to get the boss done or whatever, like to get get someone else to carry you?
Let's get this over
Yeah,
with.
it is 100%. People sell carries. They usually charge like a divine. So if you're really desperate to get your Sekemahs done, or your 4th Ascendancy, because you can do Sekemahs twice to get both of your Ascendancies. You do not have to do the other one. But people will sell just a boss kill. And with my other build, I didn't have enough damage to reliably do it.
Good riddance.
Darkness Escapes, how much money do you have? How many divines do you have?
Let's plan.
That's the answer. That's the question. My max roll build is my armor build, which only costs like under a dozen Exalteds. This is I'm still working on this one.
Fight with intent.
I think I need to buy some of these just to get them out of the pool.
Use that well.
So there's a merchant here. I might just lose. I actually might have fucked myself. So I currently cannot beat the last boss. I do not have a loadout to do it. So I think I picked something wrong early. I have to get lucky to kill the boss now.
May that
Fuck.
serve you.
I don't have a... Well, I could slot a mobility skill. Alright, so if you're only level 54, run my other build. This build is the expensive, what do you do in-game? I already knew that the armor build it had flaws, right?
None
But all of those flaws were less than the fact that, hey, with 6 exalts, you can clear a 16, a tier 16, right? But it, it wasn't going to be the end game. Yeah, yeah. Iceberg of Life? You mean this Arcane Surge? That I always have up because I crit, up to 20 times in one hit? In one cast? Okay, Michael Mellett, I missed your message. One sec. So I'm using Sacrifice and Unearth, but you might be able to swap weapons. So if you go into Cleric and unassign all your stuff, when you swap weapons, they despawn, and when you swap them again, they respawn, but it doesn't seem to work in combat, so I'm not sure entirely. As for Carpal Tunnel, I don't really know how to answer that question. Philip Lind. It's not a one-button build.
all part of my plan.
Certain things bother my wrist more than they bother other people, so I don't think I'm a good judge of that, Philip Lind. Could these things be automated? I don't think so. I mean, to be fair, this is my left click, this is my right click. Detonate Dead is on my thumb button for my mouse. And that's the majority of my spells. If I want to do more damage, I can impale a skeleton. And I use WASD with my left hand and F for my unearth. And I have control is really easy for me to hit with my pinky. Like, it doesn't bother me if I have to constantly press it. So I also have Profane Ritual bound to my control left click if I want. Or control right click. Cast on critical is really bad, unfortunately. It's just not in a good place right now. You don't need the damage that comes from it, and the automation is not good on trash. Yeah, Nishana, what Nishana's saying about Minion Arsonist is probably the better build for you to run. And that's usually an Infernalist build. So the way the minions scale the damage is this scepter. So just having minions gives me chaos damage, and since I have 30 minions, I get 90+% chaos damage added. Actually, I think I do have a... Here, let me update this. Here, I'm gonna do my changes real quick. Here, I'm gonna put this in chat. So there's the max roll for this build right now, but let me make some changes. When I hit refresh, it should save. Actually, I'm going to leave this out. We don't need this. We do want this. And we want this. We don't need these, although these are good. We do need that. Alright, I'm back. So that's the max roll hit F5, and it will be the latest thing. It's not perfect. This is going to be in Venom. Unearth is going to be... We don't need Splinter here. We need... Unbreakable. On Bonestorm. Then we need... I don't even see Unleash. It's not here. Okay, Unleash. Not Unleash, sorry. That's the wrong thing. On Earth. Yeah. Go Meat Shield. Then we go, it's red, persistence, and then we go Orbs conservation. Alright, and then soul offering. We don't actually need font of mana. We can, I guess. We're never near it. No, I'm gonna font of blood. Let's do that. Okay, and then sure, let's do that. Alright, and sacrifice. We don't need clarity, but it's useful. Depending on where you're at, clarity is good. And that. You don't need chain on Eye of Winter. I'm going to remove it just because dexterity costs, but you can put it there for extra. I have Soul Offering twice. Oh, this is the old Soul Offering. Delete it just entirely. Don't want it. We don't want Corpse Conservation here. And we don't need Wither here. I don't even know what to put on Warriors. And the Warriors are from the Scepter. We don't even run core. I'm going to just take it off the build so you guys don't even think you have Warriors. And then pick out Leech here. This here. Get something with like more energy shield. Alright. So this is a super imperfect build. I can actually throw a couple more things. First, the unique I need. This one, Midnight Braid. This is something you need. Grab you a wand. Let's go with like a bone wand. It doesn't really matter. The type of wand doesn't matter. You just want spell damage. Not the corruption. Spell damage. You want mana. You want spell damage and mana. You don't even care. And cast speed. And you want int. That's a good wand. Probably want spell power actually. Did I not pick physical skills? I did. Okay, confirm. So you're gonna need extra stats. What? Why Midnight Braid if I already run Mind Over Matter? Because they work together. So Mind Over Matter says you have less mana recovery rate, right? Oh, I thought this was mana regeneration rate. So actually it's even more important to run that. So when I take damage, I generate a bunch of damage recouped as mana, right? So once they get through my energy shield, I'm already going to be recouping 3,000 mana, right? So once they start damaging my mana is going to be recharging like crazy by the time they get to my mana. So it's going to be very hard for them to keep this low. And so what this belt does is it makes my mana regeneration go crazy when I'm getting punched in the face really hard. And that means I never end up with the situation where I'm like getting hit, I'm out of mana and I can't respond and I just sit there and die. The way it's just this. It's all chaos. This is all Bonestorm damage. Bonestorm and when clearing trash, detonate dead. Detonate dead is a trash clearing tool. It's not a boss killing. All of my main damage comes from Bonestorm. So my Bonestorm is getting plus 100%, 150% chaos damage. So my Bonestorm's doing effectively 250% base damage. And then I have all of the crit modifiers to make it go nuts. So my Bonestorm does like 500%, 400, 500% crit damage. Does that make sense? Or did I explain that too quick, Philip? My minions do 0 damage. Yeah, they're just proxies for buffing Bonestorm damage. They're absolute garbage otherwise.
Splinters of bone.
They're just there to die and make more minions. And I've tried making these unearth minions do damage, and there is a way to make them sort of do almost damage with contagion, but it's so bad. These things have shit scaling. And keep in mind, oh Nishkana, you're actually someone I need to talk to about this. Alright, Nishchana, do you know how snapshotting works with unearth? I need to know this, and I don't really feel like testing it right this second. Can you snapshot unearth, or do minion stats update when you swap weapons? None of these are good. They update? Aw, so... Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about unearth. So if I can snapshot duration on unearth, that would be amazing, right? So I could swap weapons, cast higher rank unearth. Yeah. But look, if I have unearth minions up, and I swap weapons... Man, they don't despawn. Actually, let me check something. How many minions can I get? I can get 18 constructs or 22, right? So if it lets me keep... I swapped weapons, I still had 22 minions. Let's do that again. So it's snapshotting at least the higher rank. This is not updating. I still have 22. Oh, you're right. Alright, I'll do that. Let's... Boys, we're counting. Actually, if I hear any die... Fuck, that's gonna be so hard to count. I needed them in the light. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's a good screenshot. Open up paint. Fuck, sorry. Sorry, folks, for the white screen of Doom. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's cross them out, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we keep our 22. So all I would have to do to test this, I just don't feel like it right this second, is get a stopwatch out, put in all this duration. True. Well, even that gets buggy. I've actually done a couple things with the health, and the health stuff doesn't always update proper. So it still says their health is 4,600. Even when I don't have 5 ranks of level. So their health was staying the same. And if I summon some clerics and do this, that was 4,600. Now it's going to say their health is still 4,600. Oh, I switched back because I had the spell cast. Oh, hold on. I gotta wait for them to despawn. Okay, now it says 2069, right? $2,069. Now it says 4,634. So it may or may not be updating the health. So the HP was updating down, like, sort of, some of the time. Well, the HP might have been updating because I had number 2 checked or something like that. I don't know. No, the cheapest thing is, you're thinking of the cheapest damaging minion. The cheapest minions are warriors and clerics. So I think, like, mages and reavers all start at 30. Clerics are only 20. And clerics can revive each other. So I can do this. And they'll keep the unearthed minions alive. And I don't actually have warriors on my bar. I just have clerics, so that I save 1 skill slot. I have no idea what a monolith even is. I've never done one yet. Alright, let's see this pledge. These are the ones that all sucked, right? I kind of lost track of where I am. Yep, these all suck. If you find this information useful, Philip, fuck, dude, this is so bad. This merchant is minus choices, and I already have fewer choices, and if I don't get a certain choice, I just lose. So I picked a bad option, and that bad option might be screwing me. So it's not actually RNG that's killed me, it's my own... I didn't consider that, one of my choices could ruin me. Because I was like, I don't need move speed from my relics, but I forgot that I have minus... I got minus 2 choices from the merchant, and you need to have high merchant. Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
A great challenge overcome.
My ratio of, like, sub count to viewers on like Diablo content was like 15-20%, and my ratio on like this content was like 4% or something. So it was just like, I need to actually start being like, hey folks, could you...
Good riddance.
But it's probably that everyone who's watching me live already subbed from my video. Because
Relish your mortality.
I'm not sure streaming is like actually gonna help me in terms of like finances and viewers. It might help draw people to my videos, but like I've actually been making some money from YouTube, and it's... This is superior. I should grab it just because it's superior. Could be better than what I got. Whoops.
All part of my plan.
Oh, there's another mob there. Did I just get 2 Exalteds right there? I think I just got 2 Exalteds from that.
No.
That's really good. This is literally almost perfect. Oh, except now I have none. Alright, because I just got rid of it. Yeah, running straight detonate dead as your only damage source
Mark of heresy.
is not going to be as good. Well, it's not going to be as reliable as having a different always up damage source and then using it just for clearing. The detonate build is very good, right? It's one of the top clearing whatever the fuck builds, but it's like you have to deal with minions, and minions are not in a good state right now. Like yeah, minions are... I've said it many times. As long as this exists in the game, minions will be in a bad place. Minions cannot be in a good place while this exists. Minions should not have a movement speed increasing effect. They should always move at faster than you. They need to have about 150% move speed for minions to work. It's very simple. And specifically, melee minions should have more move speed so that they run out in front of you. So when you pick a direction,
Stay inside.
your minions should run in front of you. All of your melee minions should always have enough move speed to get from behind you. Like, so if a minion's over here, and I start moving this direction, that minion should get a speed boost to get in front of me as long as we're not in combat. Hey, Anaconda. Oh, Anaconda, is that you also? Yeah, and like... So one of the things Diablo does that they changed in, like, Season 5? Your warriors will fan out in front of you when you're not in combat, and your casters will stay, like, in behind you in a triangle. And it's way better, and they should just steal that mechanic. It's so good. Okay, this is just worth 1 Exalt. Chance to avoid death from hits. Let's just disenchant that. Don't care. I'll re-chat in a sec. I just need to focus up and get this done. Whoops. That's not my bank.
Do not wander.
Yeah, so we don't have an ability to taunt, Anaconda's pointing out in the other chat. The point never. What their handle is on Twitch chat, so if you guys want to follow me on Twitch. Actually, if you guys want to follow me on Twitch, I'm not monetized there yet, and it would actually be pretty helpful.
Let's get this over
Although,
with.
honestly, YouTube streaming is higher quality usually, although I have to swim to Twitch first. But warriors actually sort of taunt. I don't know if you've noticed that, you point never. It's not a hard taunt, but they're more likely to stop mobs. Yeah. Level 7 detonate dead is 6. Okay, Nishana, if you really want to abuse detonate dead, you can corrupt the gem and make it level 6, and then it costs even less.
2 ancient guardians await you ahead.
Alright, so I'm gonna stack my minions up here. Like, they're all getting stuck here. Just... So I'm gonna do this to, out of combat, get all my unearthed minions up. This bitch. I don't know how to avoid his attacks. He just hits me. I hate him.
Splinters of bone.
Apparently you just kill him. Just kill him. That's how you avoid his attacks.
It's an impressive display.
Alright guys, I figured out how to deal with that guy. Yeah, just kill him. Oh, Nishchana, did you see what I said about Envenom? Because I have 150% bonus chaos damage, Envenom is actually like slapping on or extra chaos damage. If I don't get a rabbit foot, I think I just lose. This might save me.
Fight with intent. Always onwards. Fight with intent. Always onwards. May that serve you.
I'm literally just buying these to get them out of the pool
Onwards.
so that I can get a rabbit foot. If I don't get a rabbit foot, I think I just lose.
May that serve you.
I might go back to town and try to equip like a shield and a move speed skill or something like that. For the last boss. Damn. Yes, I'm so good. I pushed a button and they died. Do I have any mages caches? Bronze mages cache. Nope, not the right kind of wand. So Game Master, in my description of my video, let me actually update my video real quick. Edit. So my chaos build I'm still working on. How do you even spell Sekemahs? Someone correct me, because I'm gonna just butcher it. Okay, YouTube stop. Alright, that's been updated. Alright, so sorry for not speaking for a second. I had things to write. Gotta ban the shit out of this bot. Bye, bot. Okay. So, let me catch up on chat. What is the expensive item here, Game Master? The expensive item, it's a couple. So, we need to solve our resistances, and solving all of our resistances is expensive. That's the expensive item. It's just getting enough resist. That's these gloves cost me a divine orb. Right? These boots cost me a divine orb. This ring would have cost me a divine orb, but streamer privilege. This is just happened. And Agamemnon was just like, dude, you need a better ring. Here you go. And I was just like, thanks. And he's like, yeah, it's free. Just go. I love your content. So cool. So this cost a thing. This cost a divine, and I used it in the other build as well, but it's not needed. But you know, you're gonna want this regardless. At some point, you're gonna want this ring. This is an exalted. This is cheap. This is cheap. Well, this was an expensive one, but you don't need actually that many ranks of physical spells. My next necklace is probably not even gonna have +2 ranks of physical spells. Because look at this. One of these notes. If we look at Bonestorm, going from rank 24 to 26 is a 31% damage increase. But it's also a mana cost and health cost increase, so it actually becomes harder to tank. Now that's less of an issue, because with the Mind Over Mana build, I actually have so much extra mana that the cost of Bonestorm is not really mattering. And I'm not running a damage node anymore. I have Minion packed, which doesn't cost me health cost of my Bonestorm. Unbreakable is necessary. Because we don't have enough energy shield to take advantage of the conversion of energy shield into stun threshold, we need stun threshold. Because we don't have any block, we don't have any armor, and like physical ranged enemies will just constantly stun lock us. It's horrible. So we either have to run a stun charm or we have to run unbreakable. And I'm running unbreakable because it lets us have more flexibility in our charms. It also means we're no longer reliant on having charges on our charm. Scattershot is the best damage thing for Bonestorm by far, because it increases the number of projectiles fired per stage from 1 to 3, which cuts Bonestorm's cast time to like 1/3. Even though it also gives us a speed penalty, and considered casting is also minus. So these two give us minus cost, so having projectiles on neck is nice, but like, yeah, this neck cost me 2 divines. But what I really want to get is a necklace that has damage recouped as mana, damage taken, so that I can get over 100% damage recouped as mana, which will be half countered by this. So I'll have 50% damage taken recouped. Warrior Invictus armor. What even is that? Let me look it up. A couple reasons. First, this energy shield is real low. The 284 energy shield, not great. And that's with 4 runes, right? The max life increase would be about 20%, right? And it has no resists on it. So let's consider this and compare it to this. This piece of gear gives me 757 energy shield. This one gives me 284. The health increase from this looks really good, right? About a 15% increase because I already have some existing health. So 15% of let's say 2,000, because I'm gonna round up and give it very favorable odds. So like 15% of 2,000. This armor would give me 300 health. Plus this energy shield, that's 584 health. Right? And so let me open up this notepad. Bring it all down. It's gonna give us 584 health and 284 mana. This energy shield is being converted. Right? And then it's giving us global defenses, 9% per socketed gem. So that's worth... I'm doing the math because my energy shield currently is... Maximum life is energy shield, so at 2,500 HP. 2,500, sorry, I'm doing lots of math. 0.3. This is how much energy shield I'm getting like this, so 9% times 4, 36 times 0.36, 270. 270 energy shield. Yes. Alright, so that's what this is doing. Right? It's 84 life, mana, and energy shield. No resists. We're gonna say this is the Regalia. Okay, so I get 10%. What is it? All elemental resist, probably, for a gem. But then I'm going to get even less mana and life. Alright? Alright, now let's look at this thing. This thing isn't even the best. But it's pretty dang good. It's 747 mana. Just from the energy shield. Or 757. It's 757 health. And that 757 health is 221 ES. So it has almost as much ES as this. A little bit less. And then I also have a total of about 60 element. I have chaos and elemental resist on it. So like 60 resists. Potentially 90. 90 to 100. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how the demon form thing works, but I know you don't want max life and you want as much regeneration as you can per second. So when I resell this, it's going to be worth a ton. So would I rather have this or this? Basically. And you're saying if I had socketed resists, all these would go down more. So combined. Oh, also health gets ×2. So this becomes 15, 14. This gets ×2. So this is 441. Whoops. This is 168. This is 540. Alright? And you get the ×2 because you're overflowing both of these stats. So combined defenses or combined HP, effective health. $757 plus 1514 plus 441, 2,712 effective HP. This one up here, 1168 plus 284 plus 270. It's 1722. So this chess piece has 1,000 more effective health than that other thing you linked, and it has resists on it. So this is mind-bogglingly better. It's almost double the health. Yeah, it has a bunch of good something. So there is a possibility that there's still going to be something good, but like this thing is effectively worth 2,700 health. Like that's just ridiculous. And you can get a better one of these that has like 900 energy shield, which like relative value, let's say I had like 920 because I've seen that. That's 21% more. You could, in theory, get one with 3,300. Effective HP. He might not be... Love Letter might not be talking about this armor stat. This armor stat is very wonky, if that's what you're talking about. The armor is very, very weird how they implemented it in this game. Yeah, so he's talking about just effective HP from just HP. So he's talking about body armor, not armor. Yeah. Yeah, so Love Letter knew what they were talking about. They were just kind of weird phrasing because of stuff. Okay, so basically I need to just hit merchants. I'm gonna go merchant, cash this. So there's no negatives here, and I have 2 options.
Aren't you beautiful?
The ritual has been disrupted.
Give me rabbit's
It's a
foot.
while.
Give me rabbit's foot. Nope.
Use that well.
Well, I might just lose.
Rest a while. Onwards. Always. Always. Use that well.
Try it with mobility skill. This could be really bad. But I think I have to go there. To be fair, when armor is treated like another resist, it's pretty boring. So I think they were trying to make armor not just another resist. But it means that you have to, like, so overbuild armor. It also means it dynamically scales the way they have it, so they don't have to do scaling how much armor you need to get per level, but they already have that resist, so... And they have something that also breaks armor. Like, ignores armor on certain attacks. So on top of armor being bad, they also have armor ignore. So they could just have armor be flat resist and then have armor ignore be a thing. Yeah, and if you just convert the damage to fire, suddenly you need way less armor. Like, the thing that Crip said about converting and how much stronger that is was very true. I go here, and then I go water, and try to buy at this merchant here. Buy every single thing they have.
Mark of heresy.
If one of the relics wasn't bugged, this would be way easier, but there's a bugged relic, so... The relics that give you improved slow reduction don't work. So I'll first bolt. Actually, I think they just don't work.
Good riddance.
If they don't work on the final boss, they don't work on the afflictions that slow you. And if they did, you could just do the last boss every time, no effort. No mobility skill. Water. Nice. %more sacred water found. Alright. Need to not die. I could 100% do that. I'm just gonna slot in a mobility skill. Or that. Shield charge also works. I don't know if Leap Slam actually works. But it's super dumb that you are expected to have to do that, and you don't have the option of using a relic that's already part of the game. Because if I could just run slow debuff relics, it would be so much easier.
Respite.
I can't get this. That's a rip. This is a game wipe.
Splinters of bone.
This build will be way less fun when they get around to actually nerfing Bonestorm's ability to move and channel. Because right now that's so strong. I lit myself on fire like an idiot at the very end there. Rip. Click the portal.
Anything for a sip.
So, this merchant is the same as this merchant here. 40% less damage? Ugh. Annoying. Luckily, I have a 50%. Yep. This is so fun. I hope they decide to keep it as a feature. Like, is it possibly bad for the game health? Maybe. Is it fun as fuck? Yes. Okay, is this gonna... Do I have to go over there now? Probably. Yep. The problem I have with weapon swap teleport is I'm kind of out of spell slots. So I could do it, but I have to get rid of a skill. Just for that mobility. That's the thing that's annoying. It's like... I don't want to have to give up an ability slot to do it. I can give up Detonate Dead on the boss fight, sure. But like, I have to go and switch skills? Ugh.
I would give anything for a sip.
I don't think I'm going to have any trouble with damage on the boss. I think the boss is just going to melt in like a couple seconds.
Obey me.
Oh, you think Bonestorm is a worse skill than other skills? Is what you're saying, Nishkana? Because I could just be using Fireball and clearing the whole screen in one cast? You're probably right.
None can oppose me.
I do not think Bonestorm is that great of a skill. Compared to what I've seen other skills capable of doing. 2 Chaos Orbs? Okay.
Swift magnificence.
Like, to be fair, I've looked at my boss kill time for the gear that I've had in many situations, and it's pretty good single target. But the fact that, like, other spells can just, like, I cast Fireball, the whole screen is dead. Okay. And I think a lot of those skills are going to get nerfed. Kyle, the DPS numbers are kind of jank. Because if you just want to look at DPS numbers, you'll see an incorrectly reported number. I can get the number to say like 35,000, and that doesn't include a 40% modifier. So I can get the number to say like 45,000, right? But it will do less damage than when it says 20,000. So it's... If you're just gonna, you know, number go up, I think I could get it to 60,000 if I wanted to. And it wouldn't do more damage than it currently does. Because it doesn't calculate... Like, this isn't being added to the calculation because it's not always up. So you see 8,000. But look, I can take Scattershot off and my damage goes up. This is wrong. Also, once I get back out of this town... Let me leave town, because I'm currently missing half my damage. I need my minions to be alive to do damage.
Stay in sight. Speak up.
Alright, so let me go back to where I have minions, and you're going to see my damage go up a lot. Alright. You see this number? 11,000. Okay, it's not that big. Let me take this off. Make it bigger. 17,000. Right? Now let me make the number even bigger. Oh. 35,000. And I still don't have a skill here, and I don't have a skill there. So I could make the number go up another, like, 40%. And then another, like, 30%. But, like, you can make number go up. That's not hard.
Let's get this over with.
Cool wins.
I think I could see 60,000. I could screenshot that and clickbait the fuck out of that if I wanted to.
Beware the scorpion sting.
Alright. Go one-shot this boss.
Now.
I didn't press one of my buttons first, so it didn't drop its resists.
But I sense another being
Here,
resides
water.
here. Perhaps you
So,
can challenge them.
without much DPS, I just deleted that boss. Right? So, number's broken.
Survive. May the winds fight with intent.
Damn, it showed me Adrenaline Vial every single time.
You will succeed. We will succeed.
Is there Mage's Cache? The fuck is... What's this? Okay. Mage's Cache. Gold for some gold. Yeah, I didn't think those were good. Just wanted to check. I have no trial damage buffs in my relic slots. I do have some here, but that was outside the room when I was showing you those numbers. That was not with the trial buffs in effect. So, Thariel, I currently have some damage buffs, so this number is a little bit higher. Oh, Kyle, I stay at full health. That's one of the crazy things about Bonestorm. It's really mana efficient if you build it right. Look how much mana per second I use. You probably use like 2,000 mana per cast, or 200, 300 mana per cast. I use... Well, Spark is cheap. Okay, I have to hit this merchant. This is bad. I do not like this. Enfeeble's not the worst, it's just annoying. I don't need damage for the boss. I'm really afraid sometime during this stage I'm gonna get hit and I'm gonna lose 3,000 honor or something crazy. I could get Kenobi'd. Okay.
None can oppose me.
I went up there to prevent myself from getting Kenobi'd right here. See that thing? I can't hit it because it's on high ground. And so, like Anakin Skywalker, it's over. It did me 2,000 honor there because I was here and it was on high ground. And I couldn't hit it. And it could hit me. So I tried to play that smart, but because that thing jumped me, and if you have to shoot straight down in the trial, you can't see what's on your screen. So it's a major problem. This needs to be... I need to be able to remove this honor bar. Yep, it's through sacrifice. So I get 150% bonus chaos damage through this and Wither. My Bonestorm. Dude, I'm just fucked. I might just lose on this boss fight because I didn't... Go here. I just do that.
I shall aid you. Onward.
So that helps.
Always.
Crap damage is one of the things that I'm dumb about. Alright, so now traps are much less scary. So another thing that I was doing in this with the other build that was cheesing this is there is a type of trap that shoots out these little, like, novas, and I would just frostwall and ignore them. Lord Sarah, it's all coming from my Bonestorm. And hey, Sarah. If you want to get in a call, we can, but you're probably just, like, waking up or whatever. Got family stuff going on.
Splinters of bone. None can oppose.
This room is one of the most rippy rooms as well. Because you can't actually there are mobs that can off-screen hit you if you don't have line of sight. So I just have to, like, kind of wait this one out. Wait for them to come to me. I just don't want to get hit by the mobs that can shoot me from off-screen. It's really boring, but I'm being a little bit paranoid on this. If I was my regular build, I wouldn't care. I would just face tank all of this and... Or not my regular build, my previous build.
That was close.
Alright, sorry, I think... Here's how it works. I think I've explained it to you, but not on stream. So this makes me do more chaos damage for having minions. And it adds to all of the hit damage of all of my spells. So it doesn't even apply to dots. So, if I give myself a bunch of minions, I have 32 minions, which makes my Bonestorm damage go way up. So now my Bonestorm does 150% bonus damage as chaos. A random miner could be minus 25% move speed, so this could just end my run. It's not a chaos spell, it gets extra chaos damage. See this right here? Gained 3% of damage as chaos damage per undead minion. This does not apply to dots. This only applies to direct hits from spells. Although it will affect the applied dot of poison. Does that make sense? So it's the scepter. But it doesn't make my chaos spells do much more damage, unless they're a direct damage. You could run this with the Chaos Blast Wand spell. You could run this to get an extra 100% chaos damage on your wand spell. The one that's just like the direct damage spell. That could be really good. I was in the middle of mathing it, and then I just didn't. All right, I'm gonna go for it. There are other things, Devos, I could get. I think I have to get this. What did I get? Merchant has 50%. Okay, fuck. That's bad. Merchant's gonna have like 3 choices.
Splinters of
Oh wow.
bone.
I don't think I've gotten any tier 15 maps from this run, which is sad. But I might just like one-shot the boss too. And I can run like shield sprint or something and be fine. Really wanted to be lazy. I mean, honestly, I should probably run shield sprint anyways.
Stand tall.
Yeah. So anything can be a chaos damage spell. Oh yeah, it works with constructs. You can see the number go up. Edwin, it's 100%. It's confirmed works. I've tested it. So they're considered undead constructs. Alright, so I'm going to risk it and go here. I'm going to take some honor every time I complete a room. Just automatic damage.
Splinters of bone.
Oh, did I just walk into the fire? Yeah, I did. Oh, rip. Wasn't that bad. I got fire resist. Alright, so this is the wrong way to do this puzzle, but I've learned that this shit sometimes is... Yeah, 15, see? I swear, this loot is better than anywhere else. I just got a tier 15 map from doing that. Worth. Yeah, Edwin, it applies to a bunch of things, and like, honestly, I don't think Bonestorm is the best spell. I think what I've seen Garatha do with, like Fireball would be better. Because you could just add this chaos damage to Fireball, right? Or any of the existing stuff, and it's just 150% extra damage. Okay. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Like... Don't Obi-Wan me. Nope. I didn't actually do Chaos Bolt yesterday. I got distracted. Dude, the rabbit foot just isn't here. Look.
Go with strength. Always onwards. We will
Doesn't exist. I could get some honor here. I don't think I'm gonna get hit. But you know what? I'm gonna do honor here. Just because I can. I'll have enough water to buy anything from this merchant. Oh, so someone's already figured this out with Detonate Dead? Yeah, I think this would be sick for I think it's the best thing for Detonate Dead.
You should have served me.
And then you Envenom Detonate Dead as well. You put Envenom on Detonate Dead, it also scales with that. And you could even go down here. I mean, everything's probably already dead, but you could get extra poison. And run like 100% poison chance on your Detonate Dead. You know? Oh, Precursor Tablet? Do you see how fucking goated this shit is? I really like the term goated. It's so dumb. Like, if you... Like, etymologically... Fuck. My cuteness skills. Oh, there's something that gives you focus. Wait, what? What does the focus do? 11% extra chaos damage per spirit? Wait, what does that focus do? These things are out of sequence? Spell damage, okay. Yeah. That's more reasonable. Yeah, spell damage is not the strongest scaler. I thought it might have been an extra thing. Oh, 400 spell damage from it? Okay, that's a different story. That's actually quite a bit. Okay, so 400 is pretty crazy. So you could run that focus and this, and you would probably end up doing more damage than this physical wand. And it would be really cheap. Like, I don't need ranks of... Okay, so... To look at this cost of a Bonestorm, I could drop... If I could run something that did equivalent damage... Yeah, that would actually possibly be better, because we don't want ranks of Bonestorm to keep our spells low so that we can get more tank. I should look into that. I don't know if it would be better than this wand, because you probably want to run that with a wand. But, like, physical scales doesn't scale detonate dead.
The ritual has been disrupted.
And I don't necessarily need to stay with Bonestorm. Okay, so this wand, each rank of Bonestorm is like about 12 to 13%. I'm going to say 13% right now, because I'm a little bit less on levels. So 1.13 to the power of 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 ranks of skill is 84% spell damage. But I currently only have like 200 additive. So getting another 400 additive would be almost as much damage as the skill ranks. I don't think it's quite as much, but it could almost work out.
An oasis in the desert.
Yeah.
Splinters of bone.
But if I could get equivalent damage without running ranks of Bonestorm, it would be awesome. Because reducing the mana cost of Bonestorm is like a big deal. I mean, right now it's not, but if I had a 5-link, maybe. Yeah, that sounds about right. Calastia, I am so freaking tanky right now, it feels great. I got this. 757 spirit, or energy shield, and like, also a bunch of chaos. Also, Calastia, do you know Sarah? Do you follow him in D2 Diablo 4 stuff? Sarah's a good human. We do a lot of theory crafting together. We're in the same Diablo clan, and yeah.
I shall aid you.
Rabbit's foot. There we go. Easy.
Go with strength. Onwards.
All right, I can just cheese the boss. Don't care. On the final vendor. Alright, so
This battle is our sacred duty.
get in the arena, everybody. Everybody in the arena.
I have seen what has come and what will be.
On.
Temporal magic. Boresome.
Rid yourself of your delusions. The hour grows late.
Oh shit. So, he hurts now.
Now!
That does physical damage?
The sands of time wait for no one.
Alright, is there one here? No. I need more element or lightning resist, I think is what it is. I don't have lightning resist right now.
You may have delayed your destiny.
So, that used to do me no damage when I was the armor build.
You are not in control.
I didn't think he was going to be able to hurt me.
The
That's a surprise.
Ends one way. Your faith binds you.
Might just die here. Wait, what? That did me no damage? In that spot? Okay.
You are not in control. Rid yourself of your delusion.
I guess I just stand there and avoid the damage.
These sands of time wait
Fuck.
for no one.
Is there one here? I can't see. That's what can kill me. Yeah, there is one there. I might just be dead.
You surprise me, Tajali, but you have yet. You are not in control. Memories remain real. This cannot be.
So, I think not having my lightning resist solved kind of fucks me.
Weak. Pathetic.
I've just been too, testing to do that. And do I have any debuffs that are making it harder? Oh yeah, this is why. He's removing 5% of my life, mana, and energy shield and hit. Because I have such high values, this is what almost killed me on this boss. Because I didn't have block to completely negate the hits. This is way, way, way worse on my build. So he wasn't actually hitting me that hard. It was just this. Hungry things. Okay, so that's a lost condition. If I didn't have that, he wouldn't have done me any damage. It was just this.
Greetings.
Oh, these are shit.
I am older than that artifact.
Alright. Alright, so I can still do Sekemahs. It's arguably harder. So bottom left works, like all the way in the corner of that square. Alright, what do we have? Prime Rangers cast, Prime Gold Mages cast. Arcanist is really good. Time Lost. Hey, these are huge. Okay, Arcanist Cache. This is like Regal Orbs and shit. Sometimes Exalted. Time Lost is the relics. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Alright, so now I have 3 yellow keys, silver royal, silver mages. There's such thing as a silver time loss, or is it only gold, probably? I'm gonna go with mysterious caches, because those can sometimes be weird. Whatever. Royal. I haven't really gotten that much luck with gems. Right. Bronzes, Mage's Cache. Okay. Mysterious Cache is good. Damn, not one good wand. Okay, and then one more gold key. Yeah, dude, I hope they fix armor, because armor... Well, not fix. I hope they make armor not work like PoE 1. Gold Royal. Gold Royal. I think Mage's Cash is just still the best chance of money.
Too much clutter.
So I had reduced damage on the boss. From one thing. And enfeeble. But I also had plus a bunch of damage, so I didn't kill that boss very quick. I was hoping that boss would melt even quicker, but this might not be the best bossing build. I gotta test if duration modifiers are snapshotted from weapon swapping. Oh, William Dallas. Yeah, they drop mad loot. The trials.
Temporal
This is the first time I've seen him not drop a unique relic.
Awesome.
I've never not seen him drop the unique relic. And 1 in 3 of those unique relics is worth 2 divines. Do I have an extra... No, I don't have the thing. Okay. Wait, there's... Look, there's a map over there. Oh, this is just part of a regular map. Okay. Oh. Did I stash it? Let's see. Oh, he dropped this. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't see it.
Speak.
This is not the one that sells for a bunch. This is not the one. So he did drop one. Okay. Yeah, so he always drops one. And there's one of them that's worth a lot of money. Wait, is this just +1 rage on a melee hit? So if you're running a rage build, you had some passives, this would give you like 20 rage on a melee hit? That's hilarious. Oh, it's notables, it's not small. Okay, these are all kind of bad. Very good. 10% chance to poison on hit. That's I'm gonna make this a little bit better. Elemental damage, don't care. You want to do a lightning poison build, anyone? Here you go. So out of this Sekemahs, I got a tier 15 map. I got 5 Exalted that I've already sold. I've got all these items I haven't identified. I got a precursor tablet, and so this was probably not my greatest run ever. I got a bunch of regal shards.
Yes.
I don't think anyone wants this, right? I'm kind of good on money.
Yes. Hello.
This is good. What do people even look for on focuses? Like spell damage and stuff? So this is just crap.
All
On with the work.
So just kind of, when I didn't have gear, I think it was more worth, for sure. Because I could clear it with no gear, right? But yeah, compared to like in-game farming, no. And this one I think I did slower than I used to because I was also being much more cautious. I tell you, I think I was doing them about 40 minutes per run. Imagine if this had skill ranks on it or something. Almost good. See, I could have run a bunch of things like increased damage on monsters instead of the currently broken slow debuff. That's what I should have done. So I could have given myself like an extra like 70-80% damage and it would have gone a lot faster.
Time is not on our side.
I'm so indecisive. It's so hard for me to like quickly do loot. Like I have to be in the right headspace. Like right now reading is just like comprehension is like I guess. But like if I'm doing it all at once, it's so much easier. Like, you want spell ranks on a focus, right?
Until next time.
I don't know, what can you even roll on a focus? Clean this up later.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I could run like bosses take 20% increased damage. So I could make the last boss just take half the time.
On with the work.
So I do want to show one thing. Alright. So one of my ideas with Sekemahs was because the only real one of the few lost conditions is the boss, right? Like the final boss has the slow effect. So I went and spent like 10 Exalted, and I bought everything I could that said reduce slowing potency of debuffs on you. This does not work. It might work against like temporal, like the temporary debuff of binding chains. It does not work on any of the other slow debuffs that I've seen. So like, if you run enough of this, you should be more or less immune to the boss, even if it's at half value. And it doesn't work. But I still run these because they have move speed, move speed, move speed, move speed. Right? But if this said like move speed, enemies take more damage, move speed, enemies take more damage, move speed, enemies take more damage, I could get like 50-60% more damage. I don't even think I need this. And then I would just like one-shot everything. 43 viewers. Wow. Crazy.
What is it?
Alright, so we're gonna test something. I don't really want to deal with this. I need a stopwatch. Let me get my phone out. That'll be easiest to grab. I don't know, the Windows stopwatch. Alright. So I'm gonna confirm. I'm gonna confirm that these numbers line up. Okay? I'm gonna test if I can snapshot. Because I'm currently... Fuck. Wrong button. Gotta wait 10 seconds. The idea for this build is you get 150% bonus or extra chaos damage added to all of your Bonestorm damage. And then with that Bonestorm damage, you delete the world. You run a bunch of minions just to give yourself 3% chaos. I'm timing this. Alright, so this seems to be mostly accurate. It was like 24 seconds, but that was from the time I hit the button. So that adds up. Let me refund some passives. So I'm going to refund some of this crit damage here real quick. Alright.
To change plans.
Now, if I go here, I want to do weapon set 2. I want to put points in duration. Right? So on my second weapon set, I'll have duration, but on my first weapon set, I won't. Let me make sure I have minions assigned to both. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Unearth and then swap weapons. What? Oh, I need a any... They just, one of these is the bad one. Use that right now as a temporary thing. So it does resummon the warriors. Okay, that's annoying. Alright, so I'm going to set my Unearth to only cast on set 2. And it's 28-second duration. Let's see what happens if I switch weapons after casting Unearth. Does it snapshot the duration? Fuck. I might have to redo it. I'm going to redo this in a second. Duration worked. So I currently have Weapon Sweat 1 out, and the duration snapshotted. That's huge. So rather than running duration gems, which I just spent like 20 Exalted struggling to get, I can put weapon set 2 on Earth. I'm gonna see if this works too.
Go on.
Does it snapshot the move speed?
Now the strategy.
That's going to be really interesting. So, they have more move speed. You can see them, how fast they're going. They keep the move speed. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. Let's see. Alright, let me drop the number of minions I have so there's less pathing. Just do that. Alright, so now there's less confusion. Okay, so those are moving at the same speed. Go! Okay, so the minion queuing is not going to help. It's going to be a pain in the ass to figure out because their pathing keeps getting fucked. Okay, so they were keeping kind of behind me. Do I gain on them? Damn, how am I going to tell their move speed? Right? Alright, so they're mostly keeping pace with me. The best I can test right now. Let me switch this back to... I'm outrunning them. Yeah, I think I'm very clearly outrunning them now. Alright, let's try that again. Go with set 2. It's keeping pace. I think Unearth Minion Snapshot, guys. That's a really big deal. Alright, so duration snapshots and move speed snapshots. That's freaking awesome. Well, here's the thing, Calastia, right? I guess you resummon your reviving minions, right, when you swap weapons? Exactly. So what I'm snapshotting is the weapon swap. I wasn't sure how that was going to work. Or if it was going to work properly. So, if I use... Well, snapshotting usually is a temporary debuff. It's snapshotting is usually you gain an effect while you have a different set of stats than you currently have. Like, there's a bunch of different ways to describe it, but all of them point to while you have a different set of stats, do the thing, and then maintain the benefits of that, even though you no longer have those buffs. In this case, rather than it being a temporary buff, it's a temporary weapon swap. Which, if you consider a weapon a buff, which... whatever. I don't want to... It's really just semantics we could fight over. So I would call it snapshotting, because it's the weapon swap. But if you want to not call it that, that's fine too. That is a form of snapshotting. I would say there's a lot of different... I don't think that's the only form of snapshotting. But I don't really want to have a super long discussion because I don't think there's a like an official definition. But that means I can take all of these points out and be crazy. Awesome. So all of these points in minion survivability, other than trying to keep my clerics alive, which I'm not sure if they die that much, I could take all, like, these nodes out, potentially. Just leave, like, maybe these nodes in to keep my clerics sort of up. Some of the time. And just pray my clerics don't die. Like, they just run elemental army. I can put meat shield on my clerics and take it off my unearth, and I can run health on my unearth minions. So that...
Time to change.
Yes?
yeah, I can just do that, so I don't need to build survivability. Like, I don't even know if I need these for my clerics. On my weapon set 2, I'm going to put all the things. Oh, this feels good. This feels real good. And I can put even more AoE. Or duration. There's also these huge duration things, but I don't think I'm going to need it. I go health over here. Ooh. But I think I get, like, the damage reduction. You said this recoup is really strong. Oh, Stinky Man, yeah, feel free. I don't mind dumb questions. How we get smarter. Okay, so I can refund 5 more points
How can I?
Go on.
that don't affect them. I could refund all of these Good strike nodes.
I must keep calculating.
Oh, Stinky, it's because I'm currently doing a different build than my previous video, and each minion gives me 3% more chaos damage, and extra chaos damage, not more chaos damage. So my Bonestorm gets like 100% extra chaos damage added to it, and then that chaos damage gets multiplied by 50% from Wither. So I have 150%. Yeah. Now you're getting it. Alright, so this should make my unearth thing super tanky. Question is, with these last 4 points, do I go more duration or just more health? Probably just more straight health. I could go area, but that's just... that would just be funny. I don't know if it would actually matter. Don't think I need much more duration, but... it'd be nice. This move speed is also nice, but I'm thinking the time that it actually matters is bosses, and I don't necessarily need move speed for bosses. So I could just go Giga Tank minions for bosses so that they just stay up. I don't know if Giga Tank and Unearth just in the same universe. Nice. I think I just go physical damage reduction here. Here. Like elemental resistance. Call it a day. They mostly die to physical and a little bit of fire. I could go physical, physical. Exactly. And my minions will just respawn themselves. So it's fine. This is 20. This is 30. Like 58 all resist. Like fire and nothing really does cold. If I do this, my minions now have, my unearthed minions will have like oops, this. Wonder if I should have sold this for more. Fuck it. I think this might go for like a divine. I don't know how to search for these. Maybe like more. Do that. Probably isn't gonna sell, but chance. Maybe I'll give this to Lord Sarah. Alright, so if this means my minions don't die, would be great. This also means on weapon set 1, I can go straight damage. I saved so many points. Okay, so these are like kind of a slightly red rather than yellow. It's not really contrasty. I have 8 points left. Oh my god, dude, I'm flooded. This is great. Alright, I don't actually have that many. I have 4 points left. 4 points is a lot. Holy. Don't think I need more Arcane Surge. Oh, I gotta change weapon set 2. Hold on. I gotta go refund some points in weapon set 2.
Go on.
Alright, so I could take these points out here. Come down here. This is more durations than these 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 more. I don't need this chaos damage.
Another
Go on.
I don't need this 4. Do refund these 4. Alright, so I have to come down here. Grab this. So during the unearth, I will have this 25% extra chance to not destroy a corpse. And then I can come here. Grab that, which I'm 1 point short of. Which I could lose. Is there anywhere where I could gain a point? My Ascendancy 1 set. I could put a 1 point here and get everything. Is there anything crazy I could reach right now that I couldn't reach prior? 4. I figured it out? Okay, so what I'm going to do, a 1 point here. both of them get 1 point here. I can come and get. So Ascendancy 2. This. Ascendancy 1. Comes up and grabs these. Still says I have 1 point for Ascendancy 1. Right? Alright, let me
Keep calculating.
why can't I put it in? Oh, it's dual use. Okay. It says I have 4 for this. I have 1 for this, and I can't put this last point in. Probably because I've just used too many. Yeah. Or it's horribly bugged. You know, one or the other. Okay, so I'm still 1 point away.
Hello. On with your
Yes?
work.
Okay.
How can I perfect myself?
I'm taking off Scattershot real quick. But look how slow these come out. So you still need counter shots. I don't know if this actually does anything worthwhile. Because trying to plan around it is really rough. Versus
Time to change plans.
Hello.
can I perfect myself?
Oh, sorry, that was a while ago. Do I have like a super delay? Hold on, let me see. Do I have a crazy delay on my shit? Oh, you're stream. Okay, it's just you. It's a you problem. Got it. Sarah, do you use Rage at all? So I saw this thing and I was like, huh. This could give you... No, like Rage. It's a mechanic. Gets you more attack damage per 1 Rage gained up to a maximum of 30. A jewel like this can give you like 3 Rage per attack. Or something like that, or 4. In the right spot. You take one of these jewels, and you slam it somewhere, like here, and it makes all of the notables give you a buff. So the right build could be good. This is probably not worth that much. But whatever, I threw it in. Someone offered me 5 for it because I just threw it, slammed it in this tab. I was like, wait a second, I think it might be worth more than that. I'll wait. Yeah, but if you want that jewel, I'll just give it to you. Don't think this is enough for reliable of a damage increase. Now that I have Scattershot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I have a potential of saving myself 6 points. Would just be better as just damage somewhere else. I'm in a guild that my cousin invited me to, and there's nobody in it. There's no activity, so I'm pretty much just done. But had 0 interactions, so I can just G-quit anytime. And just G-quit. How do you do it? / G-quit. Guild has like 3 people in it. Yeah. You don't know how to leave a guild? We need Valor, but for PoE. That's what we need. We need Insane Bob in here and a bunch of other people.
Go on.
So I have 6 points to spend. There are 2 obvious things here, but I could go get this move speed. Cast speed. Be vague. I could go get armor break. You know? I could get... I have 6 points suddenly out of nowhere. Social menu? I don't know. I could get more physical damage as chaos, but I don't really think I need it because it's arbitrarily less because I already have so much. I could get spaghettification. I could get another jewel socket for only 2 points. Oh, that's actually really good. Yeah, I think I do that. I come here, and then I get this jewel socket. 2 points. Wait, there's more projectile skills to fire 2 additional projectiles? That's a thing up here, 18. So I could get 18 here and then have 32 here. That's a 50%. Hold up, that's actually... Alright, so if I did this and this, you get 50% chance to get 2. Which is like scatter, it's like half of scattershot without the debuff of half damage, but it's inconsistent, which is annoying. It's like it's really annoying. So it's basically free scattershot. Well, half scattershot because you gain some, but you lose some. But it's annoying. I guess free isn't the right word, but it would save an option for possibly a more multiplier. And it's 20% cast speed. What's my current Bonestorm crit chance? 53%. The other option?
Have a strategy.
There's a couple. There's these crit nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. I only have 6 points, so it'll only get me to here. I also could do something silly like this to get an extra point, so it's up to 7. Through a jewel slot? Okay. So I'd have to have the jewel slot assigned to both? What you're saying? That's less good. Because then I would have to take 2 from my unearth. Okay. So on my unearth one, there's a reason to be here. So I could actually just go 2 over. I think a jewel slot is worth 2 points always. I don't even think that's a question. They're so strong. So let me
Go on.
I think if I'm gonna be here for a jewel, I just do that. Right? On my weapon set 2, I go up here. And then since I'm already over here, I just go on not my weapon set 2. Oh, I can't quite get there because I would have to remove 2 points from something. I can get I can remove this. I have to remove one other. I can't jewel slot there. Can't jewel slot there. I could drop that. So I have to do some weirdness to get this stuff.
Feast on
What is it?
Like, refund these. Make this strength randomly, maybe? Alright, so I have that. Alright. And that just means on slot 1, I then come back and do that. Wait. I can get 40% increased effect of Withered. That's another 20% damage on chaos damage. Which is 20% more chaos damage. How do I get 100% extra chaos damage? It's this. I get 3% chaos damage for Minion.
How can I perfect myself?
And then let me do this. Alright. Now I have a bunch of minions. They're super buggy. Oh, I need to have a wand with more physical ranks. That's one thing that's fucking it right now.
Time to consume.
Or minion ranks. It doesn't matter. I could use a scepter. Alright, so now I have 22 unearthed minions and 10 regular minion. And when I go back and cast my regular spells, get that. And I'm currently trying out dual spec so that when I have my minion one, whenever I press unearth, it'll automatically switch to my second weapon set. And on my second weapon set, I have a bunch of tank stats for minions. Right? And duration for unearth. so that my unearthed stats duration is 30 seconds on unearth right now. So I push one button, and now I have 30 seconds of those minions, and they're tanky as fuck. They have 4,000 health, but they have a ton of damage reduction. Yeah, exactly. I could run... I don't need this in my offhand. Do I have a minion level? I don't think I have one right now. Oh, let's see. I'm curious.
Feast on flesh.
Alright, so if I go... Alright, so I did that real quick. I could get up to 24. And their health is 5,800. Yeah. Perfect. And they're gonna have, well, currently, because I'm still running all these jewels that have increased minion physical damage reduction. Additional. I think that's just additive. So I can make them just not take physical damage, basically. So I have 16, 32... I have 32 physical damage reduction. And then another 24. The minions have 56% critical damage reduction right now. Not physical damage reduction. And they have like 50 to most resists and an additional 20 to fire. They have 70% fire resist because they, walk through fire a lot of the time. So they're almost resist capped for fire. And, yeah. Oh, the way I summon them? Yeah, it's this. I spend 60 spirit just to be able to do that. Oh, darkness. I can answer that pretty easily. So right now, I want spell damage because physical damage from a wand will not apply to the extra chaos damage here. The gain takes the damage the spell would do with no modifiers, like no physical damage modifiers, and gives you that as chaos damage. And now all of your chaos and spell damage modifiers that are non-physical will apply to it. So, well, like global spell damage and chaos will now apply to it. So I want more spell damage because it's more universal, and I'm currently doing over 150... I'm doing over half my damage with Bonestorm is chaos right now. Yeah, Postery, I might do one run in a second. I have never used the dual spec system, and I'm currently just sorting through a lot of dual spec. Give me about 5 minutes, and I think I'll run like just a map. I'm kind of in the workflow of this. And I have two I have up to 3 more things I can allocate here. And up to 2 more here. So, I gotta figure out what my next two abilities are gonna be. I've got that allocated. Did I break anything important? Let me just double check and make sure my right. Okay, so I have some more crit hit chance here. That's pretty good for my slot 1. I could get armor break, but I don't think I care. I'm mostly chaos. I could get some more duration on slot 2. So I think I probably just want crit chance here. Oh, Nishchana, I'm so fucking tanky. I'm insanely tanky. I don't give a fuck about anything. I have 10,000. And I have so much damage recoup, I just laugh. And I have damage reduction. I have crit damage reduction here. And I have critical chance to be crit reduced. Let me grab 1 jewel. I have a good jewel. I want to put my stuff that'll help me think. Being here. One of my, like, older jewels. If I had any amount of wherewithal, I would have put it somewhere useful. But I think I had a spell crit jewel. Something like this. Okay, offering. Let's look for my offering jewel if I still have it. I got a cast speed one. This one works. Huh. Could be interesting if I made this super quality. Whatever. Okay, so Bonestorm crit is currently at. If I get it to 60%, that's 100%. 55? Oh yeah, shield is massive. 100%. I agree with that statement. That is a correct assessment. Oh. On my set 1, I can get offering duration with these 3 points. My current offering duration is armor 213, estimated physical damage reduction 518. Let me actually cast the spell. Alright, where's the duration? 6.7 seconds, that's too low. So what I can do is come here. Give it some more max life. And give it a bunch of duration. And now, the usability is up to 8 seconds. That's nice. And I still have 2 points to use here. Probably just on, like, more minion tank. Did not come over here and get this move speed, which is kind of sad. I don't think I'm gonna reach it. But that's fine, because it's not useful on bosses. Right now they have 20. Oh, they have a max of +5. I think over here is a max of +3. So 30, 38, 48. They have 68 fire. I could just get to 68 on these, on lightning and cold. I think lightning, there are some bosses that do lightning damage. So having lightning is good. I don't know of any cold mechanics that kills minions at all. And I don't know of any chaos resistance I can get for them. Or I could just get area of effect, which I think would be hilarious. I'm gonna go with area of effect. Not optimal. Only 16 for 2. And then this one's a big 20. Yeah, I already have 90 spirit reserved for non-minions. Be pretty hard. Yeah, I think I'm just going to accept that this is the area is as good as it's going to get. A little bit of extra area would be nice, but I don't think it's super needed. Pizza's annoying. And I think I already want to recast it. Because I have the super corpse. So I think I just go with like lightning. And then probably just more fire resist. They just completely ignore fire. We'll have 80% fire resist. Yep, now they're just not gonna die. So it would be 168 lightning damage, yeah. So I could get that. But then my minions would be useless. Unless I somehow found a way to get more. Because isn't Archmage 100? Well, I could maybe imprint this. This is probably super expensive, whatever that is. To get like one more minion, right? Isn't there a wand that like gives you this corpse conservation thing? So I could replace my wand with a wand that had the chance to not sacrifice. Additional ranks of Archmage. might reduce its cost. No. Oh, Archmage doesn't apply to channeling spells, so that's why I didn't even consider it. So this is what made me sad. If I wasn't using Bonestorm. But yeah, I do have a shit ton of mana. To be fair, this mana is my life. So when the fuck did I get 2900 mana? Oh, it's because I had a little bit more in. Alright, I am going to grab a glass of oat milk, and then I'm going to run a tier 15 for, I've completely missed J-Blow's comment. I don't like curses. I think their implementation is not fun. Coffee mug, fill it with milk. Upper. So full of stuff for the holiday party coming up in a couple hours. Alright. I'm back. I'm going to run a tier 15 and see how it goes. With these changes and implementation of stuff. Ugh. I feel like I still might want more room. I might want to go... I might have to put a respec into move speed. Yeah, I just guessed, just by the nature, that every single minion player in the world wants these, that anointing this would just be the most expensive thing in the game. That's why I guessed that this was going to be the most expensive thing. I have to do this map. Sorry, guys. It's going to be boring. Yeah, whatever this is.
I can create this.
Let me click the fucking shrine! Oh my god, dude! Yeah. Were you running an armor build or an energy shield build? Tosa? Were you running my armor build or were you Because I agree with you that armor is a dumb mechanic. Not armor, the honor is a dumb mechanic. And it's especially obvious because Sekemahs with an armor build is stupid easy. Like, it's... so much easier.
Is my power to wield.
Oh yeah, if there's gems you can socket that give you spirit, that's what you run. Is it 2% more spirit? Is that what they are per socket? Oh, that's interesting. Because you can get, like, 300 spirit or something. Fairly reliably. Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Alright, let's do, like, a real thing. Dude, what I love about this is I don't even have my resistances capped. Because I don't know what jewels I should use, right? If I put, like, a cold here and a lightning, I'd be, like, basically done. But isn't there, like, one for health or something? Like, what are the other options for sockets that I could put in my gear? Obviously, this one, whatever my chest is going to be, it's going to have increased armor and energy shield, but, like, this other stuff could be whatever. Yeah, is it 2% HP? I already have 9% increased HP. So the HP one gets a very slight diminishing return. Alright, let's do a map. I want to go fight a boss. Go fight a boss. Monsters are armored. Let's take us 15 in Alchemy Orbit. Minus 10 player resistances. Okay. Let's corrupt it. Monsters have 200 increased stun buildup. Okay? That is one of the most lethal things to Bonestorm. And I'll have Enfeeble. Okay? So, let me throw a tablet in this. You know what? I think I need to clear things like this so that they don't eat up the irradiation. So do these for the irradiates so that it only hits targets with bosses on them. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I need to go pick something that, like, for a boss that's irradiated I can do. Ready? Saw a boss. Fuck. Like, in theory, I should go... Probably... Oh, that doesn't cross over. Like, these are corrupted, this is corrupted, so I want to irradiate those. There's a boss that's that's irradiated. Oh, but it's far. Fuck. Probably eaten up all the bosses. I think I just want to go test this, so I have to go slam my face into that boss. It's slightly suboptimal.
Image.
I think I'm getting some slight minion bugs. Because I don't have the same rank of minions on both weapons. That's causing that little, like, stutter. So I need to get another rank 5 minion wand, which is, or physical skill. Or something. My pathing is horrible here.
Another corpse to serve me.
This map is lagging me like shit too, and it's really tilting me. Okay, so the weapon swap is occasionally just deleting my minions, my skeletons, and not, like, putting them back in time, which is kind of annoying, but then they all spawn at once, so it's less of a problem. Where's my Bonestorm? There it is. 25,000 it says on Bonestorm right now. But all my minions are taking forever to respawn, because when I weapon swap, it just fucked it up. On the plus side, I think my my shit's staying up, so they're feeling pretty tanky.
Death is my power to wield.
Dude, these... Dude, this weapon swap feels good, dude. It's janky, and they need to work on it. But, dudes, this is huge. I might pretend that I can actually make unearthed minions do damage now. And the fact that these sometimes just, like, full spawn on me, not that bad. Dude, the health bar is moving. That's new. They never did that before. So the extra couple ranks... that I might actually be able to spec into some damage on them. That would be pretty cool. Alright, I get so lost in Blooming Fields, especially when I'm lagging. When I'm lagging, my... that stun... Come on.
Splinters of bone.
This lagging, just oof.
No.
When I swap to,
I think not.
okay, that's a lot of spirit. There's supposed to be a boss here. The game has no fucking clue how many minions I have summoned. It's so broken, the readout. It thinks I have. How do I get there? Or it's this way. So y'all know how good, is my chat broken? Oh, everyone's just tired, sleepy. Got it. I wish.
Rise!
It's not actually that number, by the way, if you... I actually only have, 10 plus 24, so I have 34 mobs right now. Up to. This is just... very bugged. I'm screenshotting that little number to be like, and I'm gonna say I actually only have 34 mobs. Okay, so this would be a good, interesting test of a fight, right? Because I have a limited number. Damn it, get in this fucking door. No. My unearth count is right, though. That's what's important.
Don't run. We're just playing. Yes. Show me what you've got.
This boss has a lot of stun. And also has a lot of death. So I was spending time trying to look at my minions. I don't think they were dying. So that's what I was paying more attention to than the boss. And that's why I died. That's fine. So I think I could have had that boss had I not been staring at my minions. So, my minions still need more duration. These were at... But they weren't dying, they were just despawning. So I want to get back up to like 40% duration. And then or 40-second duration, I think will be a lot better. Maybe some move speed. I don't think I need to improve my Bonestorm anymore, so I can actually move some of my main stats to do that. It's crazy, I already have a bunch of skill effect duration. I could increase the quality of this gym. Which would increase the base value. So I gotta look into how much that costs. I think those things are super expensive. God. Someone's so desperate for Chaos Resist, they're buying this up for me. I'll take it. Alright, so...
Speak.
I don't know anyone who's running Evasion and Energy Shield. I don't think that's a popular combo.
Of course.
Alright, so I would need to take points out of something in my main set. I wanted more duration. I think means these gotta come out. And I would need to take something out of this, so some of this survivability maybe. Outburst. I could take this out. I'm not sure I need it. If they last long enough, I won't need to re-up them. Don't actually think I need this. That was one thing.
Speak.
How can I perfect myself?
I wasn't really spamming on the same pack of stuff that often. And then I could just go and grab this duration, curse duration, nobody cares. Yeah, so an extra 30%. I either do that or I give them move speed for that same amount. So they despawn less likely. Because that was a problem. I don't think it was that much of a problem because I was able to get them back up at the boss fight, but I did have this. Get them back up during the boss fight. Or right before. But if I know it's a boss fight, I can... That boss fight was also a little different because it runs away. I had to re-deal with all my shit, and the move speed was really painful. Really brutal. I do that, they get up to... It's only 5 seconds. How much did the gym cutter's prism things cost?
Let's do.
Hello.
Hero. Hail. What?
How can I help? Hello.
They're not bad. Okay. So I can take this Unearthed Gem, which isn't even my rank 19, so I need to do my math to later go back and see. It's worth. Let me upgrade this to a 19.
Unearth is a physical area spell.
Duration is currently... Why am I so bad at reading? Be right here. Do I just suck? There it is. Currently 35 seconds. Now it's 47. Okay, so maybe I don't need that duration. Oh, okay, that's only... It only takes 4 of these to full upgrade? Okay. Alright, so now Unearth is 47. I should upgrade all my quality, fuck. Oh, it's corrupted. This is the corrupted one, so I can't. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I could get my clerics to have more max life. Alright, my clerics now just have max life for days. Let's see. Do they have? That's massive. Yeah, it's better. It's more like it, but they had like 1,000 not too long ago. I can upgrade this to the next gym. Now my clerics have 2,600. That's huge. +1 duration on Soul Offering would be sick. Let's do that. Now it's a 10-second duration. Okay. Wait, why is it shorter duration in set 2? What? Okay. Don't know. That's weird.
Feast on flesh.
Okay, so I can get up to 24 of them. And they have 6,400 HP. Up to. Gotta wait for the ones currently to die. Damage they do per attack. 300. Sucks. $482. And 4,300 life. This might be enough to make them not care. I might not need meat shield on them. Means I could do that. Does not get it up to the next tier. But, you know, maybe they'll actually do some damage. If they do... I probably have to spec into minion damage to make them do anything. Like 10 points or something. Might not mean all this duration.
Time to consume.
Damn, I didn't get a screenshot of the screenshot didn't save. Okay, so the extra, like, 4 seconds of duration makes their duration 47 seconds, meaning they're always going to despawn by walking away, and bosses will be way easier. So I have one... one global point. Oh. I might be able to not have these 4. So they get the move speed and they don't fall behind as much.
Go on.
Now a strategy.
I do that, the duration now 40 seconds. That's to be believed. Check. Second. At least to despawn. Yeah, 40 seconds is probably good enough. Alright, so I was getting an error message on these. This is weird. Alright, so these are now super tanky. This now lasts a year and a half. 10 seconds, that's huge. Alright, I'm gonna go run another 15 somewhere. Save that for later. I wasn't able to maintain my mana or my health, so Unearth is costing a ton. I should put Inspiration there. That's the other reason I died to the boss, is I spent so much health trying to get Inspiration to, or trying to get Unearth to work. So I could put Inspiration now here, the Minion Mastery, to get my Unearth spell be halved. The swap seems pretty good. Seems pretty dang good. Oh. Do I have enough dex? I should have an extra dex. I have extra stats now. No, I go 1 too few on the 2. Oh, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. Oh, that's so sad, dude, because the Trial Keeper's so expensive to summon. I had to run Leech on him. I just I couldn't stay in melee. It's really sad. Alright, I want to head towards this tower. I want to try to radiate 10 things in the area. Go test a few more bosses. 5 Exalted. Maps. A good map for a boss. This is a good map boss. It's currency. So, boss here is going to be a little bit annoying because it's going to mess up my mob's pathing. Nice. Oh, I want a secondary scepter with rattling.
Death, take you.
Wait, are they unaffected by the chilled ground? Hold on. Minions are unaffected by chilled ground. That's amazing. I mean...
Rise.
Yeah, the 2 less warriors as valid targets. The Mad Wolf of Ogrim quest bug? Is that in a cruel difficulty or is that in normal difficulty? Because I don't know much about bugs in this game. For quest stuff. But I know, for example, this Bog Witch, I've killed it. I've gotten the reward. That's why I had 100 spirit. Right? So I know I've gotten the reward. But it's not lit up. Or it's still lit up. Is that like the kind of bug, or is it like a much worse bug than that? Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a resource that would know anything about that. Wait, what? I have not fought this boss in this game mode yet. Doesn't matter.
No.
No. Alright, there you have it. I can delete bosses, I just needed enough duration.
Yes.
Dude, I'm so glad I didn't rush to make a guide on this. This is getting so much better so quick.
Indeed.
Yay, a 16! Honestly, I think I just sell this for a Divine Orb. Let's see. Will this go for a Divine Orb? Yeah, it's a good question, Vol. Vol, did you just ask me, have you seen my stuff before? I'm not sure your name, I don't know if your name's familiar to me or not. Totally cool if you're just here to like stop by and be like, basic question. So,
Speak. Time is of the essence.
why are tier 16s so expensive? Because they don't drop post Raysoza and you can't craft them. The only way you can get a tier 16. Yeah, they're probably not one divine. They're probably actually 6. Yeah, that's actually, you're probably right. Hold on. At this point, they're probably, like, way cheaper. If I had sold my first ones that I got, instead of running them, I would have made a ton of divines. This might think that the conversion ratio for this is probably wrong. This is Sidekick. It's like a program. Give me a sec, let me sign in. So if I sort by buyout price Exalted and put 10, they're cheaper. So they're down to 8 Exalts. They're not actually worth that much. Okay. Nice, Darkness. Are you running one of my builds? My Chaos or my tank build? My shield build? Or yeah, I think Chaos or Budget. Those are my two builds. Or are you running your own thing?
Greetings. I'll be here.
If this was a Hexar's robe, it would have up to 30% more. Do you guys know what quality does on a wand? Someone said it improved this. Oh yeah, it improves this spell. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, who cares? This spell is bad. This shit. And my main issue with it, above everything else, is that plus duration makes it a worse spell. You know what should happen if plus duration makes this spell worse? It should do more damage to make up for this. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to make some coffee. I'm still amazed I have 44 people here watching me. And what is hilarious is over on Twitch, I don't think I have one viewer, and it's probably just counting myself. So, thanks YouTube. I'll look at my analytics real quick. So thanks to all of you, I've been able to bring in a slight income. These live videos, like, I don't know if I should leave the VODs up or what. Hey, you don't even know. Thanks for doubling up. I'm on disability, so this, folks, has been really good for me. This has been insane. I've only received one other paycheck from YouTube. So, like 2 months ago, in October, I made a bunch of videos for Diablo, and that's when I got like my first like $200. And I had already been cultivating an audience there for quite some time. So, y'all have been supporting the hell out of me. It's been really great. And what's crazy is live streaming is like, I can live stream to like 40 people. I have to go back and find one of my first like larger live streams, like this one, right? This one, $4. That's actually not one of the biggest ones. That one's probably got like tons of watch hours. $1. $2 minus one subscriber. So like, also these watch hours are weird. Okay, so this is of the VOD. Oh, okay, so I've got 29 hours on the VOD, but it will combine it if it's new. So like, yesterday's video had 326 hours, but I have no idea how to see the revenue of the VOD, or of the actual stream. So this number is based off of... So I might actually be making decent money from streaming, but it's not reported anywhere properly. And by decent, I mean like, I don't know, $5 a night. I'll take it. You guys are paying for my power bill and some of my coffee. Thank you. But I would love to see what my actual streaming money is, because I have no idea at this point. But the fact that you guys are all here, 45 viewers, like, this, I don't think of myself as a streamer. So, but apparently with these kinds of numbers, if this was numbers on Twitch, like, I could do this as a career. On YouTube, I don't know if it pays enough, but like I'm just really happy. All right, finish this off. I don't know if it annoys anyone that, you know, I'm talking about, you know, making money playing a video game or whatever. I used to have some concern of it, but then I realized, like, every streamer talks about it, and, like, everyone's just like, yeah, cool. Good job. Okay. So, I only need to make... For streaming to be... For, like, content creation to be, like, sustainable and, like, healthy for me, I only need to make, like, $200 a month. It's not a big deal. Might actually get some housing soon, so that will solve that. And if I made like $400 a month, which is like basically double what I've made this month. I mean, this month there's a new release, so... But like, basically every league, I might be able to get something like this. So every 2 months, I might be able to do like $400. Be pretty cool. Yeah, and like, I think to some extent some of the conversations we've had here and the vibes have been pretty good. What I'm a little scared of is if my disability acts up, I'm gonna like lose the ability to like speak for sometimes like a week or two at a time. And so then I'm gonna just fade into irrelevance because it can take like 2-3 weeks where I'm not gonna be able to like play a game even. So, or if I'll be on, like, my vibes will just be off because I'm gonna just be like, bleh, bleh, bleh. So. But for now, cultivate an audience, keep the vibes going, and then if I disappear for a few weeks, that's just my disability going. Speaking, that's not happening. Good luck. And immediately preceding that, I might, like, be trying to stream and just really in a bad mood or something. So, hopefully it keeps up.
Is my power to wield.
You know, being around, like, talking... Speaking, not in this economy, yeah.
Speak.
I'm just vendoring everything because I'm trying to make sure I keep my money up. Someone might want these.
Go.
Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants bone wands. Nobody wants these. I need a level like 80 wand. Third wand.
Yes. Indeed.
So Rex, what I'm doing, I know a lot of you have heard this a million times, is I'm using Unearth to get an absolute shit ton of mobs, right? And then my mobs are turning into % damage increases. So I normally run with 34 mobs. That's an over 100%. It's a 102% bonus chaos damage. And then since everything's withered, it's like 150% chaos damage added to my Bonestorm. Just hit +4 ranks. Now, here's the crazy thing. They have different gear sets for different weapon swaps. So when I'm using set 2, all these green things light up. And when I'm using set 1, all these red ones light up. So I get effectively 24 extra skill points. So while I'm using Bonestorm, I have all of these crit nodes. But when I cast on Earth, I don't care about my spell critical strike chance, right? I'm just using it for the minions. The minions don't even need damage, and this wouldn't affect their damage anyways. And the spell cast itself does no damage. Nobody cares. So when I cast on Earth, it will just by pushing the button, it'll automatically switch. I have this checkbox. So when I cast on Earth, it'll automatically switch to it and cast it. And it will respec my talent points. So all of these talent points in red will disappear. All of these talent points in red will disappear. These talent points in red will disappear. And then all of these green talent points appear. So all of these minion survivability, minion survivability, minion survivability, extra move speed for my minions, duration for my minions, minion survivability, all of these turn on only when I cast on Earth. They're not active any other time. And once those unearthed minions are out and running around, any spell button, any button I push that isn't on Earth will automatically switch back to my regular wand setup. And it's like I never was using those talents. And I get to benefit from all of the spell damage now. So for just on Earth, I get to make really strong minions and then just respec 24 talent points. That's what these are up here. Oh, I still have one. Okay, sometimes this UI bugs, so I actually have one more point to put in somewhere. Probably just going to be this. I mean, it kind of does. Oh, but yeah, when you despawn, it despawns the offering. So this is something I should have done with my other build, maybe. But I didn't really use on Earth, so it didn't really matter. And you can respec certain skills for certain things, but that doesn't really matter. In theory, I could have had a weapon swap for Detonate Dead, where you put in points into meat recycling. You use less corpses when you cast Detonate Dead. But like that wouldn't have mattered too much in my budget build. And I could still do that for this build, but I don't think it matters that much right now for Unearth. Nice. And I added quality to my Unearth gem, which increased the base duration from 12 seconds up to 16. And then with the duration I have here and a bunch of duration jewels, I have 40-second duration on Earth. So It's actually pretty good. But I did have to use inspiration on Earth, or I will just absolutely run out of mana. %30 block, is that good or bad? Like 32% extra block chance? I mean, we like black. Oh, nice. Yeah, 32, and then that 32 then gets modified by all of these. So, you're starting with a higher effective base for all of these shield block nodes if you want to go them. That's why increased block chance is so important. Alright, so I could go here to save a node, but I'd lose 20% mana regen. Alright, I also now have a little bit of extra intelligence. Not much. As soon as I get level 20 gems, I think I'll be back in the hole. Alright, let me go buy a Rattling Scepter. I need a Rattling Scepter with minion skills. How much is it going to cost me? Go clear. Go Rattling. Rattling, it's 2 R. Then go 5. Good. Okay, that's expensive. Let's go 4. One Exalted. That's more like it. Ooh, and this one has a bunch of spirit. Is this guy real? Is this an actual human with an actual post? Was this supposed to be a divine orb? So if I get a bunch of extra spirit, right? I could get more clerics. And then when I go to summon, it'll work better. Yeah, let me do that. Get like, what's like 50% increased spirit? How many of those are there on the market? There's still a ton. Let's go like 70. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was supposed to be a divine orb. There's no way. This is not an actual sale. That was a miss thing. I need to go here and do buy Exalted Orbs. What? Question. Can I get a ridiculous 3? 80 on a 3? I could do this. This is the same guy. Yep, it is. Okay. So let's go with like 50. How much do I actually need? Hold on, let me get the exact value. I need Oh shit, sorry. This guy has a post for 1 Exalt for this ridiculously overpowered thing. This was supposed to be a divine. I did 92% increased spirit. That's not even real. Like, what? 230 spirit on 1 scepter? Like, not even possible. Right. And then on top of that, he has it fully qualityed. Okay, let me think. Let's just look at overall most spirit. A lot of these are like 30. Let's not look by cost. Yeah, dude. Maybe he meant something else. Yeah, exactly. So like this is not even real. Alright, what's the breakpoint for spirit that I need? Does increase spirit here, when it gets applied here, does quality then affect the new value? So like 150 spirit times 1.2 would be 180. That's how that would work. So if I have 13 spirit left over right now,
Feast on flesh.
right? Or 3 compared to my normal thing. Let me get my actual spirit value. So I'm at 3 exactly. So any increment of 17 and then 20, 20, 20. Alright, so 157 spirit is 1 breakpoint. And the next one would be 20 more than that, so 177. You shut the fuck up? Why are you making noise? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why? Why are you making noise? Okay, that shut them up for a little bit. So 151 spirit. Oh my god. It's more than I need. 100, like 44? Do the inverse of this. What am I doing? I need 177, right? So I need 1 divided by 1.22. Or, sorry, 1 divided by 1.2 times 177. So I need 48 spirit to hit that breakpoint for another minion. Going with 4. I could just not worry about this. Like the extra spirit if it's cheap. Because really just a rattling scepter will be good enough. And I think I'm at a point where Plus 3
Feast on
plus 3
flesh.
minion skills gets me up to 24 constructs. One more level is at 24 as well. Actually, it's on the PoEDB. Dude, I am... Why are they making so much noise? Stop. Alright. I think the PoE2 DB has the unearth breakpoints. So 26 is level 28. There's 3 level 24s, so it won't matter that much here. But this 28 give me 2 extra minions. So right now I have level 19. And I have access to a level 4 wand. That's 23. Which would mean I would need 5 ranks of a minion skill. Or I would need to add a minion rank here. So honestly, it doesn't matter. Because I'm not going to hit that next tier. I'm not going to hit this 28. Because the best I can do...
Feast on flesh.
Best I can do is 27. Well, I'm not going to have this plus 5. I mean, just to be sure that there's no plus 5 wands just out there in the wild. The wording on it. Physical spell. There's none for 5 at a reasonable price, is there? For staves, wand. There's no way. There's one right there. Maybe I should go find one with actual stats that matter. Do that in a second. I lied. I can just buy a wand with physical skills because literally nobody cares. Fuck. That's a horrible wand. I just looked at the first one I saw and bought it. Maybe I should get one with actual, like, mana on it. Maybe it's just better than my wand randomly. Okay, so stats I care about would be mana and cast speed. Dude, these wands are so ridiculously cheap. What the hell? I'm gonna just spend a second and make sure that this isn't a better wand than what I have right now. Okay, so these are suddenly... Oh, it's the cast speed. Oh god, no. No, I'm in Korea. So I left to join this guy, and he came here. But because I was in his world, and he came here, and then I came back, we're now in a Korean version of this world. Oh god. Lag. Like a 2-second delay when I push a button. I gotta check something. Private. I'm gonna go character selection screen and just hopefully puts me back in my world without this guy. Please keep me in America. Oh god, thank you. Thank you. Oh, feels so good. I can move. Alright, I'm not gonna think about it too much. I'm gonna just slam this wand.
Feast on flesh.
So with this wand, I'm now up to 27, so now I want a 4. Alright, so let me get a 4. Now I most definitely want a 4. But I could get, like, a low spirit one. I don't actually need spirit on this at all. Alright, so let me just not even get bonus spirit and see what happens. The cheap. Or this one already has the quality on it. And it's a cheap 4. So this is one more minion. Almost. It should be one more minion. For 3. Damn. Okay. This fake news one just keeps trolling me. These got expensive. Oh. Damn, that's crazy. Cool. Alright, so that was maybe a little bit expensive for something that I'm gonna replace, right?
Feast on flesh.
It doesn't have int. Oh no. Yeah, I was a little worried that I might need something with int on it. Fuck. Well, that sucks.
Yes.
Another.
I want to see something real quick. I don't think I have any greens. Yeah, so I need to buy one with int. Rip. Okay. So I just wasted 7. I think I'm good on on stuff. No. Alright, so let's go here. I already closed this. I already closed it. Yep, I closed it. Okay. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just have to buy one with int. That's... What skills do I use for leveling a Blood Mage? I started with the Chaos build. You can find it here in the Discord. So, you come to the official Discord here. This is just discord.gg/Path of Exile. There should be a link in the description. You can come to PoE2 build help. Type in witch tips. First result will be witch tips for dad gamers. Me. You can open up the Discord thing. Scroll to the top, hit jump to top, or there's a way to check pinned posts on mobile as well. And I had what I did for leveling listed here. Basically did a build like this where I went Chaos and Unearth and SRS Flame Wall. And it carried me for the first 2 acts. Act 3 I got to experiment with a bunch of different abilities. Then in Act 4 and Act 5 I started basically doing what I'm doing currently in my in-game build. So the whole guide, what I did was here, a little out of date. And then you can't really do Blood Mage Bonestormy stuff until like Act 4 or Act 5, or you'll just die. Yeah. Basically, this early chaos damage here and this early chaos damage here along this spiral makes your essence stream delete the world. You want to grab... A lot of people will be like, it's not damage. Take essence drain. Put pierce on it. Because early game, you're going to have some targeting issues as you get used to the controls. And even after you get used to the controls. And you just run pierce. Because essence drain will be your primary damage source for both single target direct damage and dot damage. So you put pierce on it so it doesn't ruin its single target. And then it just makes it way easier. Because you use Essence Drain and Contagion together. And you go to cast Essence Drain. And you have to hit the same mob you just hit with Contagion. Sounds easy enough. But every single time you do it, it's like another mob dives in front of it. Like the Secret Service diving in front of the president. Right? And it's like... Okay, so you would then Contagion one mob, be like, okay, well, I'll Essence Drain that. And then another one just dives in front of it, and it's just like this chain of them diving in front of each other, and you can't just get the combo off, and it's super frustrating. Or, Yeah, if you just run Pierce, it just solves that issue. And so you early game you run Pierce Contagion, or Pierce on Essence Strain and then Contagion, and it like super easy spreads and kills everything. I never leveled up Contagion because it does no damage. It does a little bit more damage now, but I kept it level 1 so the mana cost was just stayed low. And then around the middle of Act 2 or Act 3, I can't remember if it was the beginning of Act 3 or the end of Act 2. I think it was in Act 3. I think it was in the Val Temples of Act 3. I was like, okay, Contagion is just getting really inefficient. Bonestorm is starting to do a good filler spell. So, like, I started going, like, I don't need Essence Drain as my direct damage. I'm using a Chaos Wand for direct damage. So then I just put Scattershot and Chain on Essence Drain and just would be like, boop, boop, and hit everything. Chain does do a penalty for Essence Drain. 100% does. But only on the actual hit damage. So that's why later I used, Oh, Unleashing Contagion makes sense. Oh. Alright, so I need to buy another one of these things and not waste my money. So... what intelligence do I need? What? I need 9, at least. Or, I need to not be a dummy and do something cheaper. Or I need to do what I was just doing and look at wands that have my intellect. Right? Wand. Physical. Spell skills. Intellect. I can't spell intelligence. It's one of the funniest things in the world. I've tried to, like, teach myself, like, 9 different ways. Just can't. I'm too dumb. Oh, look! This one has 29 intelligence. Sure. Alright, I solved that mistake for one exalt.
On flesh.
Nice. Did you get some extra precursors, either from buying them online or doing the Sekemahs?
Can't do that here.
Nice. Alright, so I got that set up again. Alright, so I fixed my mistake by only spending 1 exalt. Wonderful. Alright, I'm gonna slam this because I don't want to think about these. Alright. Invite to party. So, a lot of blues, if they have, like, one good stat, people will trade you stuff for them, and some of them they'll pay more. This one came with some extra quality. Hope they don't freak out because this is only 43. But yeah, this is a decent spirit roll and that. Cool. What's this on? This was all on. Why is Grim Feast down?
Time to consume.
Alright, there we go. Wait, what am I losing? Something's wrong. This animation. So what's interesting is it's always going to spawn these warriors kind of in front of me when I go to cast. Wait, what? Yep, I can get to 26. And they have... much health? 5,000 health. And their basic attacks are 760? Holy shit! That's like actual damage. Hey guys, this is actual damage. How much mana does it cost? 282. Alright, so now that Unearth is up to 760 damage, isn't all spells a thing you can get here? In your neck? It is. Hold on a second. What's the next breakpoint? 3. Okay, that's not happening. That is not... I could get a level 20 crystal. Look at that. What's the mana cost now? 341? Up from 235. Like, there is no fucking shot. Dude, could I get on Earth to do actual damage with this build? Without running like a scepter that really buffs them? This is gonna be stupid expensive, right? Yeah, we're talking divine territory. Alright, guys, hear me out. I do have a minion helmet. Just to do a quick test of how much more damage they do.
Feast on flesh.
They do 1,000. They'd be doing like 1,200 damage, guys. That's with no plus minion damage. None of this. 10 minion damage here. Okay, so a little bit. I might have some of my jewels. I have some critical hit chance here, randomly. Alright, I could get my minions up to 2,000 damage per attack. And I'd have 26 of them. I can't really build into the crit minion stuff. I'm not going to be wearing a scepter to really buff them. Yeah, that happens when you lag sometimes. Me, mana costs? Alright, so here's the other thing, Nishkan. If I'm worried about Bonestorm's mana costs from going up on skill rank, I can just use a weaker wand. A wand with less physical spells. Right? I could just grab a wand with minus whatever. You know, +3 to spells, and then just run the +3 to all spells, because this won't weapon swap. I was originally even just planning on not running +2 projectiles, but I'm actually really good on mana, and actually hitting level 90 changed life remnants to be life remnants is now it went up a tier. So it's now 410. But that being said, you are correct. And I've noticed on boss fights it was harder to maintain health or overflow health, and I think that's because I was spending my health on Earth, which I now have inspiration on. If I got level 4 on Earth, yeah, I could just run minion levels on my neck. Yeah, you're right. You've got brain cells, dude. Holy shit. Alright, so if I did that. Oh wait, this is only 997? The damage is a little bit less. Suddenly. Okay, it's still like 1,000. Okay, it was like 1,010. I don't know what the difference is. So their physical damage is around 700. Bonestorm adds about a fourth of their damage right now. The debuff. So I could get... Actually, Bonestorm adds more. This includes the modifiers affecting them, so it's actually... It's closer to like 1,100. So Bonestorm is like about half their damage if I use it. Give or take. I think I would have to get rid of more Bonestorm damage, and I'm not quite sure I want to do that. Fuck. And I just want to look at map stuff real quick. None of these event. Fuck. What? That doesn't. Oh, wrong set. What does this have? Oh, okay, it has the imprint. Yeah, because I'm super tight. Really, I need this wand to have int rather than max mana. I might be able to buy a better wand. But I think this increased regen is insane. Cast speed is very good. Yeah, probably not gonna find something better than that. I can do that to look at this spell cast. Nope, I can't. I'm too lazy to figure that out right now. Hold on. But yeah, Unearth will drop by like 30%. Be like 60 health or something like that. Alright, Bonestorm. I was using inspiration. One of the reasons my brain is like trying to play catch up Nishana is I was using inspiration on Bonestorm in place of Unbreakable. But Unbreakable is so good. It solves one of the critical flaws in this build. Alright. So it goes from 745 DPS to 997. That's what 2 skill ranks does, actually. That's where my numbers were coming off. So 2 skill ranks is 33% more basic attack damage. Which, if you consider 26 of them, I mean, that's like 1,000 damage per second. But remember how armor works in this game? And they're individually small attacks. So they might not actually do much damage. And to make Unearth do better, I think I would need to get rid of Corpse Conservation, put damage. I would need to get rid of Inspiration, put damage. I could put Brutality and something else, and then the mana cost would be so high that I can't even run it. So really, I need a fourth link for Unearth before I consider any of this. Oh, I should bring this helmet with me, yeah. Yep, I'm gonna do that. Go.
Time to consume.
Because I'm like talking about this, number looks big, but I think because of the way armor works, it's just gonna suck. Go up here. That's a boss. Go here, 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 here. Try to get... Yeah. Optimal irradiate play. Yeah. I'm gonna do. I use the scepter. That gives me 3%.
Now.
Per minion, I get 3% chaos damage, and I run over 30 minions. So they're starting to actually get damage done. You know what? I'm gonna go test that right now. I'm gonna go add the armor break on them.
None can oppose me.
Just to test real quick. To see if that will make them... Because, like, once their armor... One thing's... I can also just run armor break on my Bonestorm. That's actually really easy to do. It's a couple talent points, which is a sad thing. Alright, so... This is going to be real spooky because I don't have my barriers up. That's a blue, and its health bar is moving. It's not doing a lot of damage, but it was moving.
Image.
So, that was surprisingly good. That was surprisingly good. Because I have no damage modifiers on them. Like, none. Exactly. So I could go up to here, and just my Bonestorm would just instantly break all armor forever. And that's fine. That's really easy to do. Also, the higher level they are, the more points I can take out of this. Like, I don't need this point in fire resist. I have accuracy rating here from the move speed. How? Well, with contagion or whatever, it's the contagion thing. It scales off your contagion. Kind of sucks, as far as I know. It just applies your contagion. Doesn't. Oh, this. And it's chaos resistance with tank. Yeah, yeah. And things will be withered. So this is actually 16%. I'm looking at the node right now. This is the node you're talking about. This would actually be 12% physical damage as chaos. Because they currently have. That's pretty good. I could lose some crit chance for myself. This is a lot. I could lose some crit damage, I think. I have so much crit damage that losing some of it is not a big deal. So when I have 5,000 health, right? 5,300. I think, why am I sucking at math? 2651 times 2? Yeah. That is the right number. So this is the right number. When I have this and divide it by 40, I have 132% increased damage. So, the way you derive critical damage bonus here, 290 plus the base 100. So normally we do 390% damage on a crit. And then if we add this number to 390, and then divide it by 390, we get a 33% damage increase from a total of fuck, divided by 40. So 132 crit damage is a 33% damage increase. Which means each point is 33 divided by 132. So 0.25 times 15. So each one of these crit damage nodes is worth about 3.75 damage. For Bonestorm. So how much Bonestorm damage would I have to give up to get that? Is the question. Right now, yeah, I don't think that's worth. You know, I could test. Do I need this much? I probably still need this tank. Might not need this. I could drop and see how much they live without these nodes, but I think they're going to need them. So here are some things I could drop eventually. I should get a wand with int on it, so I can drop this big int node and this big int node. I actually have more int. I do. I can drop like 10 int from my main build. I can't drop 32. This node is really strong. Yeah. Honestly, them not dying is more important than them doing damage. What I'm just looking at right now is like, could I make them do damage? I could give up this offering node actually. Sort of. Or something. Yeah, I could give up this offering node, which is just a quality of life. Move these nodes into holding this position. Then take this. I'm going to do that real quick.
Yes.
I refund these 4. And these 4. And weapon set 1. Probably get those. Okay, so now I should have 4 skill points and 4 weapon skill points. My brain needs to process this for a second. I could have this be a double node, or I could have this be a double node. Or I could have this be a double node. this being a doubled node makes more sense. Because then I get the duration on offering, which is something I've got over here anyways. Yeah, that makes sense. So I could get these 3 out of it. Oh, that's actually...
Speak.
This still might not add up. We'll see. Yeah, this still doesn't add up. Yeah, I fucked up. I don't need this fire resist. Done. Alright, now weapon set 1. I can have weapon set 1 do this. And this one. Global nodes, I can do this. I get super skill effect duration, which is what I wanted here anyways. And I still have 1 global point. Honestly, this should be global. But yeah, I think I moved these to be global. That is 4 points, and this is only 3. I'll deal with that later. Let me think. This also might keep clerics from dying, but this is a candidate for global. Take like 2 points out of here if I need to. I'm gonna just slam it into one of these like random 15 crit damage. Call it a day. Nodes. Don't worry about it too much after that. I need to make some coffee as well. I have a Christmas party at 4 p.m. A bunch of people are coming over, and I slept 2 hours last night. After sleeping I slept 3 hours last night. But it's okay, because I slept 2 hours the night before, so, you know, things are improving. Miss Chana, thank you so much for hanging out and helping me figure this all out, because this is... a lot to take in and process. Yeah, I'm not leaving yet. I just need to make coffee in a second. I think this last point I'm just gonna brainlessly slam here. This is critical hit chance. And I think I care more about chance than I care about damage. "57% crit.
Keep calculating.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Nishana, you know what you should do? I mean, detonate that's probably already destroying the whole world, right? But you should run the world's first poison detonate dead build. Where you use this, you get your crazy chaos damage added, then you come over here and grab poison, and then put the other +1 poison on your neck temper, whatever, necklace thing. So you can triple poison something with detonate dead. And you kill it with poison damage. Running Venom. Get your detonate dead up to a decent poison chance. Maybe run some jewels for like an extra 20-30% poison chance, because you don't need 100%. What? You need dead bodies? No, I got bodies right here. Look, they're right there. Of course, it does damage based off your minion's health, so you need minion health modifiers. Easy. Brutes only have, like, warriors have almost as much HP as brutes. It is more, don't get me wrong. But it was like a warrior had 2200 HP and a brute had 2800. Okay. And you can get twice as many warriors. So if you just run Spell Echo, it's like... Oh. What up, Grow? I'm gonna make some coffee. Be back in a bit. I need to actually take like a 10-minute AFK, maybe longer. There's like family in town and stuff. I might stop streaming, not sure. I'm gonna get coffee started, figure out what I'm gonna do with my life. Still making coffee, and you're gonna have special guest, my little brother, in just a moment.
Stream?
So pretend to be. Yes, this is my brother.
The most
mean-
professional Path of Exile player you've ever met.
Look at my gear.
Damn, you can get boots with 25% increased movement speed. I feel slow now. $35%? Oh god. I'm stuck with my 10% boots at like level 50 and yo, stream, do you guys know if when using your main hand weapon, do your offhand weapons like do the stats apply or do they just null and void? Okay, that makes me feel better. I haven't had a offhand equipped in the last 20 levels. So is he some kind of tank build or something? Like you're spec'd into a lot of energy shield.
A little bit. It's weird. Oh, I'm not wearing my current helmet, so put on this helmet, it'll make more sense. That helmet on. So, one of these nodes converts all of my energy field into mana. But then, because this other thing converts my health into energy shield, the game's paused when you're not recharging.
Oh, is it?
So I get an energy shield even though I'm converting all of it into mana.
So you still have the best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm currently running a warrior build that I just have only stun build up on every slot, and my basic attack stuns enemies, and it stuns yellow mobs in 2 hits. And
His build makes no sense, dude. He's like, did you just tell him about the weapon?
oh, I'm using a level 16 weapon at level 50 because somehow it's my highest DPS weapon that I found.
It's insane. Like, it's not even like a unique or something that has bonus
It was
stats.
just like a yellow that rolled perfect damage amp, and then perfect fire damage. And I'm running the fire avatar build for warrior. And it's so stupid. I attack one time, it stuns an enemy, and because they stun, they explode with fire damage when they get stunned. And then it just chain stuns the whole map, and it kills everything with one basic attack. And I don't even use skills. The only skill I have bound is leap.
Water's the kettle's comfortable. Bad. I was like, why is this taking so...
Here,
I'll give you your command chair back. Yeah, let me show you what I've been doing. Alright, so... they have a weapon swap system, but they also have swapping talent points, right? So anything you see in green isn't active right now. That's my second talent tree.
You can have 2 sets.
And this is my red. So whenever I switch from green to red, all of these disappear. And these are all like spell critical damage, right?
Mhm.
And then when I switch to green, I get minion stats. Now most minions are persistent, so if you just change weapons, those persistent minions will
Keep the stat bonus?
no. They'll update to the new stats. So persistent minions are these skeletons, right? So as soon as I change weapons, you can even see them like shake because they're changing to a new, like, they're updating their stats. But temporary minions don't. Whenever I press this on Earth, it'll instantly swap to the other weapon and fire it from the second weapon set. And then, so I get all these temporary minions, right?
But you can still use your main weapon set.
And then I switch back to my main weapon set as soon as I push any other button. And they snapshot all of these green nodes. And then I switch back to the red nodes and all the, the standard nodes.
That's insane.
Yeah, and it only works because they're temporary minions. Because regular Spirit Reserve minions update their stats immediately. So I literally have just been working on this in like the last 2 hours. And it matters because I could run duration nodes on these minions that I didn't want to run when I was running Bonestorm. Well, turns out I do, but that's a whole other long discussion. So I can get my minions, which are normally 12 seconds duration, up to 40 seconds. So these are now super tanky, and they have super long duration. So I think after Christmas, before New Year's, I'm gonna release a guide on this because this is insane. Like there's been a lot of minion builds, but nobody's been running. To my knowledge,
Put some clickbait thumbnail like "nerf this build, please." Illegal interaction,
also jewel sockets are like really OP. Look at this.
You take the jewels out of those sockets because I have a jewel, I just haven't even used it on anything.
Yeah, they're replaceable. So,
Lord, all you missed was Scribbles went to make coffee, and his little brother came in and has been staring at his gear like a deer in headlights.
Mm-hmm. Tara's one of my buddies. We make videos and stuff, and Diablo. He's like one of the other GMS people, game mechanic specialists in Diablo. There's also things like this.
So aura increase that buff the ones in the area.
Yeah. Look at this one. Notable passives give you 1 rage on melee hit. So notables are like these larger ones. Not the super big ones. These are not notables. So if you want to make your build OP, you could get a jewel that just gives you rage on melee hit. And if you socket it in the right... there's ones that are not the radius ones, but the radius ones you can get like 2 or 3 versions of it. And rage stacks, and rage is very simple. It's just, you do 30% more damage if you have 30 rage.
Simple enough.
So,
I've become a dad gamer when I play now. I have to play single player, can't do parties, because I always have to pause and walk out for the kid. And
yep.
is there like big advantages to group parties, or?
I've heard that the mapping might be a little bit better. What they don't want you to know. You don't even know. It's a good name. It's a good one. So when you do maps, so this is the end game. It's a procedurally generated just wherever the fuck you want to go. So like, these towers reveal the area around them, and you get to use this little debuff here, this little like thing. Is +1 monster level. I put an enchant in this tower because this game loves RNG, and it just made a bunch of the, maps within range gain irradiated. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to leave all of these with the boss, with all of these markers on, and go around them, and then grab this tower so I can get the irradiated buff on these boss mobs so that they give more loot, because this is +1 monster level equals +1 drop level.
Yeah, and you can just walk up to like the checkpoint next to the boss or whatever and then not kill it, right?
No. So once you open a map, you basically have to complete it. And if you don't complete it, it'll just turn into one of these. Like just a no modifier. Now in theory, I think you can maybe spam a non-boss one you failed and still benefit from the tower buffs. As long as you don't kill the last mob, but usually that's not worth it because you want these effects.
So it makes you do Act 1 through 3 twice and then get to in-game.
Yeah, and that's just because it's early access. So this is to represent the time and the quest rewards, because you get those quest rewards. So you'll get different quest rewards in the cruel version, because those are the quest rewards you're supposed to get in Act 4, 5, and 6.
Oh, because 4, 5, and 6 aren't available yet because they haven't made
They said 6 months before this came out, they switched their entire development team just to in-game because they realized they could either make in-game done or they could finish 4, 5, and 6. And what do people give a shit about?
in-game. I haven't even looked at 1 ounce of story in this. I don't even know if they have a story. I just mash escape every time I can't move my character.
Classic. I just want to get to endgame. My little brother's been in like the middle of a move and a bunch of other stuff and holiday madness, so he hasn't been able to play much. But yeah.
Yeah, I also have an addiction to this thing called League of Legends. So like, if I want a game, an hour a day has to go to there, and then after the shakes stop and the itching stops, then I can finally play a game like Path of Exile and have some relaxing time.
Yep. So, you get maps. So, like if I want to take this map, I can add stats to it. So I can add them one at a time, or I can take this one, which is somewhat cheaper, and drop this. Now it adds 4 stats to it. This is 4 different modifiers, so this is 1 modifier. Be like the tier of it, whatever.
Okay, so it's like the key to dungeon, Diablo.
I guess, yeah. I think Diablo 3 had keys, but like, so this key has a higher, like the harder it is, the more your waystone drop chances, which can then sustain more tier 15s. And then on top of that, you can corrupt them, which will either do nothing, remove a stat, or add stats. So I corrupted this, and it removed a stat. So now it's just loot modifiers and no waystone drops. So that's kind of sad. I want difficulty. So let's just go take another one. This one also had the same thing. So I'm literally like spamming currency, try to make these harder, and then I'm trying to corrupt. I'm out. One more Valor. Damn it, dude!
3 in a row.
I swear to God, when I first started out mapping, right?
Oh, my weapon also corrupted. I didn't even know what corrupted was, but there was some altar and it let you put an item in. My corrupted weapon got bonus damage at level 6. Of course.
Of course.
I didn't even know what corrupted was. I didn't know what it meant. Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah. So when I first got to in-game, I swear like 1 in 3 of my 15s corrupted and went +1 level. You can't get 16s to drop. So I did more 16s and 17s in the first day of being in mapping than I've done ever since, because I just can't. It just took away my difficulty. And then on top of that, because it was said to be one of the like quick ways to get even more, you can corrupt to get a level 16, right? And the monsters might do like 100% more damage, which is like very rippy as people put it. But my build was so tank, I could do 16s if I played like a pansy. And then on top of that, there is the Atlas skill tree, because you know there's.
I didn't even know that was a skill tree. There's more skill trees to your skill trees.
So in mapping, you can get how you want to, like those random RNG events. You know that thing we corrupted the map, and it just didn't give us more difficulty? Well, rather than get to see what you do, if you use a corrupted map with this talent point set in, it will just corrupt it again. So that's how you can get a tier 7. That's like, I think, the only way you can get a tier 17
So you
map.
basically have to RNG the +1 corruption level twice.
Yeah, and you have to do it, and you usually want to spin those on the already hardest maps with like the hardest boss, because then the boss has like higher drops. So sometimes you go in, sometimes it's easy, and sometimes you look and the modifier list is literally taking up your screen from here to here of just modifiers when you press tab. You have to go and make it smaller, otherwise it's
Good
just...
old D3 style. Enemies have 1600% bonus frost damage, minus 800% physical damage.
Yeah. And so originally I like fucked around here, and then I went here, and like this adds more magic mobs. I like magic mobs because they die in one hit to me. So they're just kind of fun when they show up. They just explode and you get more loot. Cool.
Are magic mobs the blue?
Yeah, so you have rare is yellow, blue is magic, and unique is the like boss mobs with the health bar at the top of the screen.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even think I register that blues are in the game. They just die like normal mobs.
Exactly.
Like I don't even know what's the point of them.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the more bosses you kill, the more you get another. You go from this skill tree, was the first thing you unlock, but then whatever content you do successfully, and like I panic and died a lot here. I've just figured out how to do all of these other ones successfully regularly. I just haven't done them enough to unlock more. You kill bosses, you get skill points for killing bosses. So then you get to choose how do you want to progress your boss difficulty? Do you want to get more map drops? Do you want to get more quantity of items? Do you want to get more waystones? Or do you want to just get more difficulty so the boss drops more loot? Like higher quality loot. Up to level 4, so I just did this. So like... Yeah, so every time whatever content you choose to do, and some of this content you can, when you do the curse tower or whatever, like I can add the irradiated, but I could also add breaches and delirium and whatever else. And like the more delirium you do, the more delirium drops you get for towers. And do you full clear the whole everything, or do you just keep going because it's procedurally generated? You can just go for literally ever. Keeps growing.
No in-game maps are infinite.
Yeah, this is an infinite map. They're procedural.
Nice.
So you have like the
And so everybody's just gonna look different then.
Yes.
And if I join your party, will I see your map, or I see my map, or how does that work?
It will be my maps.
The party leader is the one whose map you see?
Yeah, and I think only the party leader gets quest progression as well, which is kind of annoying. Well, it might. I think everyone might get quest progression for the maps, but yeah. Yeah, I want to be able to zoom out more though. Let me zoom out more.
You just gotta play on a 32x9 like me, 49-inch monitor, and then you can see a lot.
Exactly.
Sadly, they don't have ultra wide support. They only have ultra wide, so I still have black bars on the very edge.
No tower bus for retries makes sense because that would be easily farmable. You could get one crazy like this. This one would be within 5 tower ranges, so whatever this is would just be insane.
Actually, it's the 49-inch curved LG like G9 or whatever it is. It's exactly your peripheral vision. It's like where your vision ends. That's exactly how wide it is when you're sitting 2 feet back. So you don't have to turn your head at all. You just see everything. It's very immersive.
Yeah, I've used a monitor like that at my cousin's place, and it's great. And there's no like bars between them, like a multi-monitor setup like you would normally have.
Yeah, I use it for work, and I have it as a triple monitor by default, and so there's 0 bars, 0 walls between it for work, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, you do it's the width of 2 regular monitors, like 1920 by 1080s, except I think it's 1440.
No, it's the width of 2 1440 monitors.
Yeah, it's the width of 2 1440 monitors, but the way it's really easy to set up is that the middle of it functions as a 1440, and then you have 2 half monitors that are vertical on the side.
Yeah, it's super great for work because honestly, you could probably put 4 monitors in there, especially if it's like a Google or like a. I have my emails, and it doesn't even take up a quarter of the screen for like my email list, and then I have another for my client list, and then I have my Google tab open, so when people ask me stupid questions that they could easily Google, I just Google it for them, and then I have my music on the 4th little corner.
Yeah. So yeah, this is what I've been doing. I've been working on on this. I probably lost some people because I was AFK for a while. Down to 38 viewers, but like 38 viewers. Fuck. Oh, what's crazy is like Twitch, because there's no discoverability, one viewer, and it's literally this guy. He's in both, just to, you know,
To boost it idle.
yeah. So, and like my analytics can be pretty great. Let me go to. This has made me really happy. Not a ton of money, but like, take it. And considering how few of my subscribers from Diablo came over to this game, I think this is pretty good for basically. I only started with effectively 200 to 400 subscribers, so.
Yeah, that'll be perfect because you could probably make your code window like a larger monitor. Like, and since it's continuous, you can just adjust the sizes. So if you need one window to be slightly bigger than the other, you're not going to get like black barred or anything. So a lot of times, if I have like if I'm looking at, I do real estate, so if I'm looking at like a property and I need to see all the details, I'll have that window just an extra inch or two larger than the rest of them, just so I can have everything fit on the screen at once.
Look at these mana costs, Brian. The rank 20 is the max rank of a skill gem. But everything else is just if
Because
you
you
get
have, like,
bonuses.
+5 to this skill or whatever.
And
Holy shit. 340 mana per cast.
yeah, but then look how much it goes each time. After that, the highest rank of unearth you can get that I can think of is 36.
That's my entire mana bar right now.
Yeah. Remember, I also have health costs. Like, I just cast this and I just die. Like, my health bar, like, goes to 0, right? But, like, the difference between this rank and this rank is, like, double damage, right? So...
The infinite scroll notepad. You can finally see 3 screens wide on notepad, and you don't even need to have text wrapping.
Oh, God! No!
And then I'm gonna send it to all of my people that I work with like that, where they just get screwed by having to scroll sideways to read everything because they're not on ultra wide.
Oh my God.
No, I run everything through ChatGPT to format it for me, and then I just don't even think. I just copy paste it and then let it handle the nicety.
Hmm. But yeah, you can get up to, because this spell,
Waiting to the point where I actually use skills, and I still haven't used any skills in this whole run. Just basic attack has been my highest DPS, and it's stun locks. So like,
yeah.
do warriors ever actually cast abilities or not?
Because this spell is both a minion and a physical spell, you can get physical spells on a wand. You can get minion on a scepter. You can get anything on a necklace, and you can specifically get more minion skills on a helm. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a chest that gives you minions too. And because of that, while other spells can only get up to like rank like 20 something or maybe 30, this one can get to 36 and just delete your mana bar. And that's the one I'm doing here. I think I explained this to you. I'm sorry if I didn't. But I delete my own minions, so I have something that lets me use my minions as corpses. So I currently have, this is a wrong number, it's because it's bugged as fuck. I currently have like 10 minions, right? But if I cast this...
Oh, I see. You can turn your persistent minions into your temporary.
Exactly.
And once you turn them all in, you switch your weapon. They keep their buffs, and your persistent minions come back. And then
There's a little bit of like scum you can do to sometimes get around the respawn timer, but alright, so I have now 26% temporary minion. I'll get back to 10 regular minions. So 36 minions. And then this this is the unique. This one says you gain 3% of damage as chaos damage per undead minion. So
That's 100% damage increase chaos damage.
yeah, and then there's a debuff for chaos that's really easy to apply. I just push one button, but I'm already pushing to give myself 10% base crit chance. So that gives me 50% more chaos damage. So, or like mobs take 50% more chaos damage, same thing, right? So I have 150% bonus chaos damage. So I'm doing 2.5 times total damage and 150 it's chaos, and most things have less chaos resist than anything else in the game.
Damn, I've essentially been playing Elden Ring and just basic attack dodge roll. If I can't beat a boss, I just realize it's a skill check and just have to just dodge harder.
This is your gameplay.
Yeah, it's literally dodge roll and basic attack and nothing else.
And that's how you beat The Witcher. When you're at your friend's place, you just
Yeah, you don't need any... Like in Elden Ring, I beat all the bosses and everything with just basic attack, the dual wielding, the double heavy swords, and no armor. You don't be able to roll faster. Just naked with 2 heavy swords, and that's my favorite build.
yeah. So yeah, I've just figured that out. Someone else was apparently using this for a detonate dead build where you like blow up dead, but nobody's been using it with like Bonestorm. And the guy who's using it with Detonate Dead isn't using it with Poison. Silly. But Detonate Dead probably just kills the target, but Poison scales off physical and chaos damage, so yeah. Detonate Dead does scaling based off of the health of the thing that died. Like, this does 20% of the mob's health. That gets affected by spell power. So if I'm doing, with the chaos, I'm doing like 50% of the mob's health between physical and chaos base. And then I have like 300% spell power. So I'm doing 150% of the mob's thing. And then I have crit out the ass. I crit for like 4x damage. So if I crit, I do like 400% of the mob's health. I kill a white mob and detonate dead, and the yellow mob next to it dies.
So that's the only way I can kill bosses. I literally just drag the entire group of mobs into the boss room, and I kill one white mob, and then the fire chain explosion explodes all the white mobs, and the boss is at 10% health.
Nice.
It's there's a lot of warrior things that are like when you stun or when you kill an enemy, gain AoE damage, and if you just stack all of those with stun duration, your basic attacks, everything you do, guaranteed stun, so it always procs the explosions. Kind of nuts.
Nice.
And last time I played, I just did like twice as much damage out of nowhere, so I assumed they buffed something in my build, but I didn't look at patch notes.
Yeah. Also, Bonestorm is a channeled spell.
What's this warrior idea?
But
see how quickly this guy can type.
if you double or triple tap it, just timing, you get to run at full speed while channeling. And it feels amazing. And everyone's just like, can we just make this a feature? Like, you could be Bonestorming. Or you could be Bonestorming. And it feels awesome.
You have like a Zareth Q. Slows you down when you cast, but there's
Yeah, you can always cast while channeling, right? Or cast while moving in this game. And it's like supposed to be more noticeable in channeled spells, right? That they're supposed to be longer casts. But due to this bug, you get to like really, it feels so good to do like this kind of like dukes with Bonestorm.
I guess that could work. I could run an offhand that let me have minions. There is a two-handed legendary mace that's really good for warriors that also gives minion bonuses to minions. It gives like +1 to total minions and +1 to min. It gives like 3 different plus to minions, and I was like, when would I ever run that? But if I could make a minion build where I blow up my own minions along with blowing up the enemies, that could be insane. Because I was wondering why, like, they would even have that legendary in there.
Yeah. In attack speed also affect you. The only problem is, like, with a lot of these legendaries is the base damage is low. Or it's whatever the level of the thing is, plus a little bit of change. So, like, unless your attacking somehow turned into a buff to your minions, there's, like, no reason to run this.
Oh no, I would run the two-handed mace. There's a two-handed mace that
there's one
drops
that
at level 40 that gives you plus to total minions and minions.
I think that is that the one that actually just says you gain damage from minion stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I did that plus what this guy is saying in here, I made a minions because I don't even use an offhand right now. I just don't even have one equipped, shield or anything. Only my basic weapon. So I could run something that would allow me to equip minions. And then
Is your weapon a two-hander? It's a two-hander, so you can't offhand unless you get the thing.
secondary weapon.
Oh yeah.
I just don't even have a second weapon equipped.
Wait, Brian, you know there's the Titan's Grip thing in this game?
Yeah, it's down. It's you can. I don't have enough strength yet to equip two-handers.
Well, your level 16 weapon has a really low strength requirement.
Well, there's like this node somewhere over here in the warrior tree that makes it so you can dual wield.
Yeah, two-wheel two-handers. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So, here's the thing, Brian. Oh, it's triple. It used to be double.
Yeah, it's triple. It hurts. It's so much strength. It's like 300 strength required for the weapons or something.
Yeah, but your level 16 one probably only requires 40. So
I just need to find another level 16 weapon.
So you just might keep using that level 16 weapon, Brian.
Just use 2 level 16 weapons until end game. Because I guess I'm in Act 4 right now.
Yeah, you can definitely equip another one, Brian. There's like, if you could just clearly just need to use a mirror. Level 16 weapon. So the way currency works in this game, Brian, like the thing people trade for is all this stuff, right? And the you use these to reroll gear. So they all have value, and one of them, the mirror, is a GM authorized dupe. Like the most expensive currency item just dupes an item. That's what it does. That's the purpose of the item. They're like, hey,
people are going to find a way to trade and disconnect their internet, so we might as well allow duping.
Yeah, but it's like people have been playing 10 years of PoE 1, they haven't seen a single mirror drop. You know? So it's like every day, I think it was Gazzy, I saw a video, he's like, I've never seen a mirror drop.
Yeah, but the issue with using an axe is I'm really lazy, and the two-handed mace allows me to stun everything with one hit, and so I don't have to actually dodge or block or think, and I can just permanently stun enemies. Never actually play the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think axe would be more DPS, but simply the fact that just
Wait, are axes in the game yet? I don't think they're in the game.
There is a few legendary axes.
Oh, that would make sense.
But not the yellow ones.
Yeah, they're probably going to be tied to a different class. Like, thematically, like, Ranger is bow, right?
Well, there's a lot of stuff that says axe damage in the warrior tree.
Yeah, so there's warrior here, and there's going to be a different class here that's also... Warrior is the only thing that starts at this node right now, right? So the other class that starts at these nodes...
Oh, like the warrior, but the berserker or whatever.
Yeah, so Sork and Witch...
Viking, you know?
Yeah, Sork and Witch are both intellect. They're straight int class. Templar and Druid are int strength. Then you have strength. Then you have strength dex and strength dex. And then you have dex. That's how the tree is organized. So you have primary attributes and then hybrid attributes. And obviously, anyone can do anything. But, like, that's, from a game design point, that's, like, how they arranged it so that they could find a way to navigate it. And so they decided to also treat the class as more of the weapon. Because I can go and pick a mace skill if I want, or a bow skill.
If you set up your stash, does it like auto-organize when you like put in those?
Some of it's still broken, but yeah. So because on my gym tab, I have gym selected. Anytime if I'm on any tab that's open and I close and I click put gym in, it'll put the gym in the gym tab. Find it.
Nice.
There isn't one for maps right now. Like, the map one is broken. There's no option for it, so it's really annoying. And there's the map tab, which is something you could buy in PoE 1 and will transfer into this game, isn't in this game yet, so it's kind of annoying. Is there no map tab? Oh, there's a map tab. And then, like, my currency is all here. And this is an infinite stack of currency. So, like...
Oh yeah, they're not capped at a.
Yeah, so... And this is super... And then these are just random slots that are not related to the currency tab down here that I put pseudo currency items in. And then, like, you can make them public. Have you done trade in this yet, Brian?
Yeah, I was looking. That's why I was trying to find a better weapon than my level 16 weapon, and I couldn't find a better two-hand.
Yeah, and so the way that trade works is, like, I have this tab open and it's public. Then anything in here is 5 Exalted, so it'll appear on the trade site just from doing this. So you've messaged people, but, like, this is where they have their stuff. So this is 1 Exalted. I'll get occasionally whispers based off stuff here. And
it auto puts it on that website.
Yep.
And you message them in game.
Yeah, because the website is part of their official website.
Yeah, that's dope.
And so you can set the entire tab to be sold, or you can go to individual items and, like, I have this tab as individual. Like, I can set any
one
price.
Divine, one prices on.
Yeah.
Negotiable price. And do you actually have to be there for the sale if you put it through?
Yes.
You have to do
They
like a
actually.
trade.
So their philosophy for that is, like, that friction apparently creates a player dynamic that is better for the health of the game than just an auction house. And
You actually have to interact.
yeah, so, like, I actually, there are parts of me really don't like it, also, like, I totally get it, because too many games, once there's an auction house, there's just no human interaction anymore, and it, like, also the friction, does something to deflate prices.
Yeah, because you can buy and sell. The fact that they're playing,
Yep.
I'm in a dungeon. Like that kind of stuff prevents farming auction.
Yeah, it also makes the items you drop, like, more likely to have value, because if everything was just super easy to transfer, then nothing you found would be valuable, because...
Yeah, you might have a worse option, but you responded first, and the guy wants the weapon now.
Exactly.
It's my armor, and I want it now.
Yeah. Wait, does Warcry blow up your minions?
Yeah, I can blow up my minions. Or
Is it-
corpses.
Corpses, okay. So so it has to be the reviving minions. So you can't use it on the unearthed minions because they're not reviving minions.
Yeah.
Oh, does the... Yeah. So yeah, this is what I've been up to. This build that I made earlier, so this one here, this build here, got 10k views. I've looked at, like, 10 other Bonestorm videos now. Like, yesterday I looked at them. They're all so bad, and this one crushes them. Because people are showing demonstrations and, like, tier 60, like level 60 mobs, and I'm fighting level 80s, and I have no gear because it's so cheap. Like, I'm behind some other content creators who like rushed in game and just were like, how do I get the most efficient thing that I can say is the best? And that's never my goal. My goal was, okay, how do I make the build that's the easiest to play for dad gamers?
Yeah, like my stun build, because I just don't have to think. Just stun all the enemies and they don't attack if there's.
Yeah. So like I spent an extra, I think probably 2 days behind other content creators just to make sure I could get all the details here. And then I spent an extra like 2 days on the campaign because I want to enjoy the story, A, and B, there's a lot of mechanics that are easier to learn as I go rather than get to the end of the game and then learn the mechanic.
Oh, so you can make your corpse explode with a chance to not consume the corpse. So you can just RNG, just keep exploding them.
Yeah, there's a support gem that's 25%. There's a wand
This
that's
guy says you can
25%.
get to 75% max.
Yeah, so there's a support gem, a wand, and which this whole section is 25. That's how you get 75. I could also have a different talent tree that just goes over here. See, this is what I love right now, Brian, is that I've been streaming. And like, honestly, from what I've been seeing of YouTube, I'm not like gonna make any money from streaming. But I love, this is what keeps me making videos. Is that my chat is just full of people like Nishana, don't even know, and then there's Kalastia every now and then, and we just come here and we just nerd out about math, and it's great. And there's been like 2 or 3 other people who have really helped me with math, and we've run ideas off each other. So like, this has been awesome. I think Nishana joined me like 1 or 2 nights ago. Great. What up, D-Point Never? Yeah, I'm kind of like half playing the game right now. I'm showing this game to my brother. My brother just got into town. He started playing this game a couple days ago as well. He hasn't gotten through the campaign because he's been really busy with a bunch of things.
I got a 3-year-old at home that's doesn't always let you play.
Exactly.
He stole all the keys off my mechanical keyboard, and I came in the room, and he was sitting there with 2 handfuls of loose keys, and just the biggest cheese face on him. And I look around, and there's keys all over my bed, all over the floor. And I'm just like, oh my god. And my keys are all backlit. And because they're backlit, you can't see them without like the light behind them. So I didn't know which key was which, and I kept trying to put them in the wrong spot. And then I had to get my flashlight out and shine it so I could see like, okay, this is letter R, this is page down, and I'm still missing a few keys. They're somewhere in the house, but I'm just settling and pressing the raw, the cross patch blank key for some of them.
Oh. And you like work on that keyboard. You have to type emails and shit.
No, the keys that are missing, I'm missing like delete and like, print screen, and I think a couple of the F keys. So really not that real. I'm missing F4. I can't Alt F4 easily. You can't rage quit.
You could put a different. Yeah. Why aren't you surrendering? I can't Alt F4. It won't let me.
Gotta play it out.
Sniper minions I haven't really messed with. I saw early game they cost so much spirit relative to what you had. It just felt bad, so I didn't run them.
Oh, Borderlands 1 mentioned. My favorite thing about Borderlands 1 is that weapon knockback was an adjustable stat if you went into the files, and you could change your shotgun knockback to be infinite, and you could launch people on top of the invisible roof when you dueled them.
You'll be finding keys for years.
I mean, at least you didn't pour juice into my PC. That's always a benefit. Anytime the PC's alive, I'm happy.
Yep.
Hasn't knocked the monitor onto his own head yet. Gotta take the wins when you can.
Yep.
He has destroyed a laptop already. That was easier accessible from the desk.
Yeah. This node annoys the hell out of me, Brian. It shouldn't be in the game. The minions have like the base 100% move speed that you have, right? So as soon as you get any amount of move speed, because everyone's gonna run boots, right? You'll just outrun your minions and they'll just despawn.
You have to run that node in order to have a chance of keeping it.
Sort of. Just resummon them, but it's like if I have 26 of them, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. So like this is a tax. I have to get these nodes. And on top of that, whenever you start moving, this is a problem in a lot of RPGs, you have to do the minion shuffle where you're always gonna your minions won't start moving to get to where you until they're already behind you. So they not only are gonna be slower than you, they also have to play catch up. So what a lot of minion players do in every RPG is the minion shuffle, where you run past where you need them to be, and then you turn around, you know? And that's like a part
instead of holding W, press W, and then AS, ASD, ASD.
Yeah, exactly. And I really don't like that. And Diablo solved that, actually. When you're not in combat, once you're in combat, their AI is fucking awful in Diablo. It's the worst. This is so much better. But in Diablo, when you run in a straight line, your warriors will sprint. They'll get like up to depending on how far they are away. If they're like here, they'll get like 200% move speed more.
Oh, hang on, I gotta take this call. But it was nice chatting on stream. I'll be back in a minute.
Alright, see ya. You still have like ways of directing your minions. They just need to have like, if your minions are behind you, they need to get progressively more move speed until they have over like 150% move speed. Velocity really liked Reavers. She went Reavers. She went super tank, like big shield, and just run at the enemies and like basically be in melee range, and then all of her damage was coming from Reavers. Alright, I'm gonna do another run. Can I get to this tower? Am I still in this? Am I done with this one? Alright, so I forgot that I was in this dungeon because I've been so distracted. I was like, wait. So I just made a bunch of changes.
Now.
So dude, they're actually killing white mobs now. It's slow, but their health bars are moving. I mean, compared to Bonestorm, it's nothing. But it is no longer, you know, dividing by 0. And it's, you know, I could actually possibly run some multipliers. And another thing that's kind of cool is I just noticed my mana bar is empty. I'm like, that's weird. And then I was like, wait, mana bar being empty, that's really bad. Because that means I'm low on health. So I'm not clearing quickly right now because I'm just trying to look at what my minions are doing, their survivability stats, etc. It's still pretty bad. So this is not enough damage to really justify the investment currently. I think they would need about 5 times the damage to be worthwhile.
None can oppose me.
But like, if on Earth minions had 5x damage, they could start to do something. But I don't think they're gonna get there while I'm running this chaos.
More mana. Get out of my way.
So, wait, what the fuck? Oh, there's a stealth mob with that. That was draining my mana. Okay, so I was like, why am I taking so much damage? I wasn't. So? Probably still one mob preventing this thing from being done. Nope. Yep. These things just generally suck. I'm noticing my spirit sometimes on reserves, and that's a little concerning. Like right now, I'm missing 2 things reserved. And then it will... Yeah. Like, when the minions respawn, I think then it spins the spirit again. Oh, I just crashed. Well, rip. 1 sec, folks. I'm probably dead. Hey, let me leave. Oh, wait. Did it undo? No, okay. It went back to that portal I came in. Just undid my map exploration.
Splinters of bone. None can oppose me.
What? Yeah. One sec, I'm getting Christmas Eve aggro. Kirby. And I'm back. Yeah, there's lots of bustle going on here, because we're expected to have like 20 people over.
Speak.
Dude, I have so many maps. Oh yeah, these were all the ones that failed, right? Yeah. Dude, after the struggle of maps, I'm pretty happy. You know, I should probably use like one of these tabs and put all my low tier maps at like 1 EX each. Like 1 Regal.
Yes.
Really, I kind of want to get another quad stash tab. Again, this is just so nice, and it's easy for me to clean all at once when I feel like dealing with it. Technically, this is better organization. Well, Nishkana, sounds like you're gonna have to spend those 5 EX on buying strength. Okay. The Splinter isn't worth it. And sorry, trying to make these minions isn't worth it right now. Let me try. Oh, if I'm out of portals. I'm out of portals. I gotta just finish this map. I have like 2 portals left. So hear me out about buffing these minions' damage, right? We know they're gonna not really work because they're physical damage. So, what if instead we went and did the chaos damage on attack? Because they already do chaos damage. And it would just make it do even more chaos damage than that. And then it would also benefit from Wither. And it wouldn't have damage reduction.
It's about time.
I'm gonna go try that real quick.
What is it?
Another 15? Hell yeah. Alright, so we go here. I could put Chaos Infusion on my mobs, right? And then they do 38% of their damage, but they do it as chaos. So there wouldn't be any armor issues. So rather than worrying about armor, try this. Damn, I need more Val Orbs. What's the currency conversion on them? Oh shit, they're expensive now. That is sad. I remember when they were cheap. I've been just spamming them. Guess people are starting to, you know, craft and shit, and they need them. Alright, so if I want to try to get here, I'd have to path through all this. Or I can maybe go like this. Alright, I've got the Chaos Infusion to see if there's somehow some huge bonus damage that's gonna happen out of nowhere.
Splinters of bone.
They are doing more damage. It's not enough damage to be relevant yet. But between physical damage as chaos, Bonestorm, if I put like Feeding Frenzy and Martial Tempo, right? That would be 1.3 or 0.3 times. Would be 1.3. It would be 1.3 times 1.25. And then we'd have to run something else. What else could we run? Let's support their chaos damage stuff. New mastery. This is probably plus 12% damage usually. So if we did a couple levels, let's say 3 levels, because we're running the other stuff, so that'd be this number, and it's 3 more levels. We could get their damage up to about this. The 2.5 is the total modifiers we could get without a 5 link. At a 4 link, we could get 2.5 times modifier. Okay. Well, there's Pain Offering, which is like 70% damage. That's like a 1.7. So if I had Pain Offering, we could get up to this. How much more would we need before they became useful? They crit for double damage, and they currently have... We can get them up to a decent crit chance. We can get up to like 45% crit chance. Oh shit. Whoops, that was in the wrong place.
Rise.
I need to name my tabs different.
Death. Take you. It's about time.
Alright, I'm gonna go down real quick and grab Pain Offering just to see what it looks like. Still don't think it's gonna be enough, obviously.
Is it?
Yes.
So if I go gems, take off Inspiration, put Feeding Frenzy real quick. They might actually die, but they might not, because they're pretty tanky. And then... Pain Offering. Oh, so you bought the pre-order, so you have some coins from the microtransaction shop, just for sure. It's in the, So use the coins you got from the microtransaction shop to buy stash tabs. The fuck is it? Featured? Stash tabs, there we go. Stash tabs. Here we go. All this. These go on sale about once a week, or once a month. They were just on sale. And a bunch of the different tabs do different things, the Destroyer. Like the currency tab is the one you should definitely get no matter what on every character, or every new player should grab a currency tab. It's really nice. A lot of these others you don't really need, to be honest. And the way people sell things online is they have premium tabs. So you don't worry about upgrading to premium tabs, just get premium tabs, right? And if you go on the website and you look at people selling things, all they had to do was like, in this tab, if I right click this and hit public and set the price, everything in this tab is now listed at 3 Exalted. Oh my god, that instantly sold the moment... Oh. Oh, that actually sold for 5. Nice. This just sold for 5 Exalted? Okay, I'm gonna put all my tier 14 maps there, because make this 4 Exalted. Like all my maps that are like 13 and lower, just throw them in there. Oh god, dude. Oh, the fact that this goes down rather than up is like super obnoxious. Alright, let's go try these with Pain Offering to see if it does anything for these tons of little guys now. Give them some crit chance.
Now!
Alright, they're starting to do reasonable amounts of damage. I mean, it's still nothing compared to a Bonestorm. Oh, this Destroyer? Let me go over my build real quick. Because I'm using that. So, you see all of these nodes that are connected in green? And you see these nodes that are connected in red? when I cast Bonestorm, the game will automatically select this weapon set and use all of these red nodes. And when I cast Unearth, it'll disable all of these red nodes and enable all of these green nodes. So my Unearth minions will get all of these buffs. But they won't get this Bonestorm crit buff. So it lets me have effectively 24 more points that I can put into just my Unearth skill that when I don't need them. So it's like I get 24 extra skill points by swapping weapons. Now, the reason I'm using Unearth is not for their damage, right? That's not why I'm using them. I'm using them for... I get a buff based on the number of minions I have using this. So, because I have 30 minions, or 35 minions or something like that, I think 36 now. Because I have 36 minions out, I get over 100% extra chaos damage from this scepter. So all I need to do is just have minions. I don't need them to do anything. But I'm currently doing a couple quick tests to see how much I can scale their damage. And keep in mind, I'm not trying to make a good build right now. Because for Unearth to do damage, I know that I'm gonna need, like, if I put the proper gems in it and it's got a 4th slot or a 5th slot, I know it's going to do about, 4 times as much damage as what I'm seeing right now. So, what I'm testing... So I know that's going to do like 1/4. And then I could also put more points into like crit and damage. I don't have a lot of damage nodes invested, right? So, getting this far into the tree allowed me to start seeing white mobs' health move. So, like, if I get more into the tree, will it continue to do damage? So, like, is it enough to be noticeable damage on a yellow mob or a unique mob when I have 26 of them, right? That's what I'm trying to get a quick feel for. So knowing that I can make them do way more damage. So like this blue mob, only 4 of them are attacking right now because they can't get past that spot. And they're actually starting to make their health move. Exactly. They were doing 0, right? I'm gonna have to kill this mob because this pathing where every single blue mob I fought walks into, like, it moved here, right? Look how much room there is here. And every fucking blue mob goes, I'm gonna go right here. Oh my god, dude. Fucking Leonidasing my shit. Like the Persian Empire, and they're just like, nah. So I want to see how it works on a boss, where a boss, like, everything can get to the boss. So I've gotten past... Might just die here. When there's enough of them hitting one target... Look, health bars are actually moving. So I've gotten past the 0, you know? There is actually something to multiply now. Right? Previously, I could just sit here and their health bars wouldn't move. So I think I found the trick to doing it. And I'm seeing how much more investment would I need to make it actually do something. But I need a mob that's by itself that I can just hit. Right? That's my problem is... I mean, if anything, it's a good example of... Alright, here we go. Nope, I threw a Bonestorm and the yellow mob died. So I can't get value.
It's about time.
I just want to... I'm trying to see how much damage they do to a yellow mob. Because that will let me know for a boss. Right? That's what I'm trying to find out. But every time I throw a Bonestorm, the yellow mob dies. Even if I'm not aiming at it. So... I'm getting screwed out of data right now. So I think I just need to power clear until I find a yellow mob again. My health is not staying super high. With Unearth, which is shitty. Because the mana cost to summon them is stupid high. But they're not dying. I have Feeding Frenzy on them and they're not dying from random damage. I'm not fighting bosses, but I have to go through this little choke and they're going to be useless. Cool. I just full died there because I got stun locked and frozen. Because I was trying to position that. Alright. So this is not worth for right now. However, their health bars were starting to move. What I learned was because armor is so bad, the way armor scaling works, if you have a really small hit, you can't do any damage through armor. So, by switching their damage to chaos, by adding 8% physical to chaos, and then more extra chaos here, effectively we're doing 33% of their damage is chaos, right? And then with Wither, that adds another 50% multiplier on top of that. So it's like 45% of their damage is chaos, and chaos bypasses a lot of resistances. So they were doing way more damage than they otherwise would because chaos infusion. So the relative damage gain I was getting was pretty big from Chaos Infusion. But worrying about their damage is not gonna change anything. So there's still no point in investing in their damage, and I don't even think they have utility that I can invest in. You're gonna pay me 4 Exalted for a tier 14? Dude. I'm gonna start trading away those every time I get a brick to result. People will buy them.
Speak.
Crazy. 4 Exalteds for a tier 14. I don't understand. Take it. Running persistence, inspiration. I can go back to running +1 minion level. It'd be nice if there was something that like was on hit damage or something, like on hit debuff. Like bludgeon or something silly. But that's actually not even good. I don't even want them to knock back. I think it's just corpse conservation. And you just let them. Alright, so it's pretty simple, just corpse conservation. That's it. We tried. And we died. It was worth learning. Alright, so next we need to get did we put it away? Yep, we put it away for some. Alright, so now we have just this as utility again. Keep mana cost. Anything we can put on warriors that's interesting? I think it's the same thing. Put brutality on warriors. They're just kind of here. Martial tempo is another thing. You can put chain back on this. Yep. I think that's it. We just go back to what we were doing. And go spam a thing. Alright. Let's use a crappy map to finish whatever we just did. Sure. This place we just died at. I'm gonna spam a crappy map. Don't care. What level am I? 90. And the reason I just died was I was testing things. I think I found a way to make Unearth do damage, but
Splinters of bone.
It's not going to be for a while.
Death is my power to wield.
You have 1k damage with Bonestorm? You mean 10k damage? This number, you mean? So, which trial are you doing for your 4th ascension? Because you know you can do Sekemahs twice. Oh. Yeah, Samuel, I'm twice your level. Like, I have a much higher level gem. I have like crazy gear. Like, what level is your Bonestorm? Your effective gem level? I mean, my gem level for Bonestorm effectively is level 26. I have +7 to Bonestorm, and it's a level 19 gem. So just the gem level alone is going to be much higher damage.
How useful.
Even before considering the fact that I have, like, pretty godly gear. Otherwise. Alright, so like, let's just take the gym level, right? What does it say when you just hover over like your damage right here, right? How much damage is this number right here? Like the 374 to 562? If I take 374 plus 562 and then divide it by 2, my average damage for just the base value is 468. What's your base value?
Emerge!
So 100 average damage. So it's like, 80 to 100. Or 80 to like 120-ish. Alright. So just from this number, I have like 5 times as much damage as you, before even considering my other multipliers. Alright? My Bonestorm, this number is also being derived by my crit chance and my critical damage. So I have 57% crit chance, which goes up to like 95% on a debuffed target. And I have 290 crit damage. Yeah, as you level up. Samuel, I think... I don't remember everyone's name. You've seen my video on the budget build for, in-game, right? My previous video? Oh, so, Samuel, one of the things that's different about me versus a lot of people who write guides is I spent a lot of time making a build guide for people who didn't want to just be super, like... I come from a background in competitive esports, right? My Counter-Strike team was ranked #1 in America in, like, 2006. So, I've been at the top of the most competitive game on the internet, right? But, like, my disability made it a lot harder for me to play at that level. And so I find builds that are a little bit more fun to play. And I focus on taking those builds and things that I find fun and pushing them as far as I can go. That's why I'm using Bonestorm. I don't think Bonestorm's the best ability in the game. If I was trying to be competitive and racing other people, I wouldn't be using Bonestorm. That being said, because I used Bonestorm, I actually ended up with a build that's not as good for people who are, like, really, really competitive, but it's actually really easy to play and clear the hardest content. With, like, no gear. So all of the sweaty builds require, like, perfect gear that everyone's competing for, and it's super expensive. And I made a build that's, like, really cheap in terms of, like, costs and, like, how many Exalted Orbs you'd have to spend to get it working.
Splinters of bone!
That you could run. And it comes online halfway through Act 1 of Cruel. So you're right at the level you need to be about for it to work. Exactly. So Bonestorm actually does really good boss damage. For a low investment skill. Like, Bonestorm is better at killing bosses than unoptimized Fireball, right? And it feels awesome. So I found a combination of gear that lets you, people have to balance their resistances. I found a combination of gear where I could just ignore the fire, cold, and lightning. I had 0, and I was using armor to block elemental damage. And because of that, the gear that I wanted was super cheap. Nobody wanted it because it didn't have resist gear. And I just stacked everything that said armor. I put on a shield so that I would have 75% block. And other than certain mechanics that could bypass my damage reduction, it was very hard to kill me. And I was able to clear tier 16 maps within like 2 hours of completing the campaign. It was slow, but because I didn't have damage items at the time, but I could do it. And once I got like a bit of damage items, it was like relatively fast. So you should check out that video, and if you like it, subscribe, and I'm gonna keep making content. The build I'm running right now is expensive. So this is the expensive version of like what you do. You run my budget build. Actually, you run what build makes you have the most fun. Honestly, that's the important part. Find the build that you're gonna have the most fun with. Run that. But if you want a guide, I've made a couple. And my budget guide is really good for like, if you want to get up and running and playing the end game without having to break the bank or worry too much. Nice. What class are you playing with Bonestorm? Is it a Blood Mage or something else? Sorry if you've already said that. I've just been, trying not to die.
Go.
Okay, so I think Blasphemy is overrated. For Blood Mage, specifically, trying to make Sanguimancy work is tricky. You are right at the start of being able to use it. Exactly, Darkness. It's the vibe check, right? You wanna do the vibes. So, for Bonestorm, well, I don't need it right now, but you should be using Inspiration on Bonestorm just to keep your health costs low. And with enough crit chance, that's how you stay overflowed on health on Sanguimancy. So, if you're running Inspiration on Bonestorm, and you keep its health cost really low, then you'll go overflowed on health, and it's crazy. You also want to use Scattershot on Bonestorm. This makes no sense until you look at it. Look right here where it says projectiles fired per stage. Without Scattershot, I fire 1 projectile per increment of time. And I'm pretty sure this cast time, you get 2 increments per cast time. So, if you press the button, each 0.5 seconds is like a number of stages, right? So when you put Scattershot, it goes to 3 stages, and that's why it fires so quick. So instead of taking 20 stages to get fully charged, it takes 6. Considered casting is the same. Considered casting reduces the cast speed, which means it reduces the mana cost, while also giving you 40% more damage. So in practice, it's about 18% more damage without fucking up your mana cost. Now, I run a lot of spell cast speed, so whatever. But you can't really run things that increase the cost on Bonestorm. So like, Scattershot doesn't increase the cost. Considered casting doesn't increase the cost. Yeah, the chance for extra projectiles work really well. I just find them kind of annoying because I actually have to like look at when I'm casting. And they're less good if you already have Scattershot. So if you're not running Scattershot, grabbing this node and these nodes is actually pretty funny. You can just not have to use Scattershot, and that would give you, in theory, more damage.
Yes.
I need to refund these nodes. This was like a test. So I have 4 extra nodes here. I don't think I need this much tank here, which means I can actually drop some points. I might need to take a nap. I am tired. Okay, I got 4. I want to try on this getting max area. $8, 30. 8, 8, 8, 20. This is 44. This is 46. Oh, I don't have this point. Fuck. Damn. So this is actually 2 points just to get here. Alright, but I want to try it.
Time to change.
What is it?
I just want to see what happens when I invest this much in area. How big is this
Calculating.
on Earth? Oh my... Help. Do you think my unearth is big enough? Yeah, just let me just, you know, casually hit the whole map. Okay, that's actually potentially useful. But I did have to take out a bunch of minion health and resists. I mean, I could get the resists here instead. So I lose the recoup. I don't think they need it. I could just put the points here. And then I could have the area here and the area here. I'm gonna try this out. And then for this set, I could also go more. What I should do is go more duration, right? I know that. Wait, what? Wait, these are both area of effect? Oh, okay. These are just 12% area of effect, not 8%. That's 24% more. Wait, so I could get even bigger? That's hilarious. Yeah, I think 100 is the max level. Yeah. This map was done, right? Yeah, so I can go here.
Get out of my way!
What the fuck is hitting me for all of my health? Dude, I should be dead. What mods do these have? I forgot I got the double corruption. %43 increased monster damage. That was it? Dude, why was I so squishy there? Oh, it's probably just because I just started the map and I had none of my shields up. That makes more sense. Okay, the extra radius is actually kind of helpful. I'm casting less. What was that? Me? Also just streaming.
So, I'm gonna read your chat.
So, still testing things. I just figured out how to make my pizza slice go from a personal pan to an 18-inch. That's the pizza slice. This, thing that summons my, little guys. It normally has like an area of like this, and I made it like this. And since it's, it gets all that extra area, it means that I'm not casting it twice to reach all the way out there. And that's, yeah, so it's a very expensive spell.
So by increasing reach, you effectively decrease mana cost.
Exactly, and then one of the big things about this is we get a health cost equal to our mana cost. Look at my health. I have 4,000 health, 4,800 health, and this is my max health, 2,600. So I've overflowed my health, and I've overflowed my energy shield. So as long as I've had like just a little bit of setup,
Splinters of bone.
I can... It's hard for them to kill me. Because I have like 10,000 total health, effectively. Because I take damage from health, energy shield, and mana. Right? And then I also have... There's a recoup mechanics. Have you seen any of the recoup mechanics in this game yet? So recoup is a mechanic where if you take damage, you regen health equal to the damage over 8 seconds. A percentage of the damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I currently have about 80% recoup, but it's halved because I have something that's having my mana recovery, right? So 40% of the damage I take, I recoup over 8 seconds. Or it would be 8 seconds, but I have the skill points to get it down to 6 seconds. So 40% of the damage I take, I recoup as mana, over 6 seconds. And mana I take damage from before life, right? So that's a good order of operations for me, and it also means I don't get fucked with no mana. But for them to start damaging my mana, they have to already have destroyed this shield. So let's say something big hits me for, usually it's about 3,000 to break this shield. So they hit me for 4,000. That's only going to do 1,000 damage to my mana. But I'm going to immediately start regenerating for that 4,000. So 4,000 divided by 6, I'm really bad at math. So I'm just going to say, let's say I got hit for 6,000 damage. So I'm completely out of energy shield and I'm low on mana. I'm down to like 500 mana or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to immediately start regenerating
Tasty.
1,000 mana per second. Because I'm recouping. So if they don't then kill me in the next 6 seconds, I regenerate my full mana like that. And then further damage I take is also continues to compound and add to that regeneration that's happening. So it's like, by the time they're actually hurting my more or less permanent health, I'm already in a regen cycle. It's very hard for me to die. I can die. I can get stunned and killed, and there's ways I can die if I don't have setup. That's usually when I'm not paying attention. But it's, sucks. But this is worth nothing.
Why do things sell for, or why do things have like 0 damage dropping this?
So uniques are often like something you can use at almost any level. So like you can get a unique that would be like a level 40 unique and use it on your alt at level 1. So like uniques are mostly good for alts. Unique weapons are kind of bad because they don't scale if you scale off physical damage. Like this is a unique, right?
But spirit and...
But it happens to have a permanently scaling number, so it goes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is unique. Look at that level. It's a level required 40. But because it does a scaling off your health, so you have to build around the flaws of this. This is unique. It's just God tier. Don't worry about it. Like, because it's not a weapon. But weapons are particularly bad because they don't scale.
Yeah, and it's very rare to find high level unique, right?
Some of them, yeah. So it really depends. Like this one is both really cheap and really expensive. So you can get a corrupted version of this that has just 10% like more to every one of these stats. So it's like, or 20% more, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are like a divine orb, like, 75 exalteds. And then these are some people who have tried to corrupt them and they've failed, so they're just selling them for 1 exalted and they're super cheap. There are a couple uniques that are super expensive, but there's not many.
Yes.
There's like build defining high level specific uniques in like 2 or 3 builds that are just like giga
So you
expensive.
just disenchant unique usually.
Yeah, so like this one, I could try to sell it for 1 exalted, but honestly, that's not worth my time. Just give me a chance shard. I don't even know what chance shards do yet.
Eventually we'll know.
Eventually we'll know.
Some point.
At some point. Alright, let me read what someone said. Did my bank would explode? I would have to make bank alts to start carrying stuff. So, all of the extra damage that I get from this chaos build wouldn't work with the brutality gem. Brutality would prevent this from working. So we can't use brutality. Also, because I have so many minions, I have better stuff to run. So right now, on Bonestorm, I get my minions all the way up. Do that real quick. On Bonestorm, I'm running the, Scattershot. It makes your number go down, but it makes your actual damage go way up. I'm running Minion Pack. Because I have so many minions, I can always use Minion Pack to just do 40% more damage. I'm running Considered Casting because it reduces my mana cost while increasing my damage by 18%. Brutality would increase my physical damage, but it costs 20%. It's not worth. And then Unbreakable, because I'm not running a standard energy shield build or a standard armor build, my stun threshold is really low. Because stun threshold is based off your life. And to make it do well, you either have to have a crap ton of life and then armor so that you don't take as much damage so you don't get stunned. Or you have to have a ton of energy shield and grab all the talents that say, like, stun threshold as a fraction of your energy shield. But because I'm using a Eldritch Battery Mind Over Matter build, which I guess is also a standard build, I don't have energy shield to base a high energy shield to base my my stun threshold on. So just making it so I basically very rarely get stunned while using Bonestorm solves that problem and doesn't really have much of a cost. Can I make 8% crit sound less strong, Nischana, to set 15? It would be big for some things like Detonate Dead, right? Or whatever. And Fireball. But really, it's 18% crit to 25% crit. That's what it is in practice. Because if you're doing a crit build, you should be using Eye of Winter with Unleash. And you just press Eye of Winter, and now everything is fully debuffed, and it takes 10, and you get 10% more base crit when attacking them. That's what crit weakness does. It adds to the base crit, not to the end crit. Yeah, okay, you know what's up. I assumed so, because you seem really knowledgeable, so I was just covering that. Yep. So in Path of Exile 1, the way critical weakness worked is it adds to the base crit. Nope. So in PoE 1, it definitely worked by adding to your base crit. And if you read the... So whenever you see 2 in words, it means it adds to the base, apparently. That's apparently the wording, what 2 means. So if it says increased, you know, it's additive. If it's more, it's multiplicative, and if it's 2, it's 2 base. Like when you see this, it says where's something with health? Fuck. Yeah, so it says 2 fire resistance, 2 maximum life, 2 lightning resist. So 2 is direct to base.
Okay, so 2 applies first, and then...
Yep.
Is it multiplicative then additive? Or
additive then multiplicative. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, it's additive and then then multiplicative is the easiest way to think of it. So all your additives all of your increases add together and then multiply as 1.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I thought it was going to work that way too, Nishana, but then everyone corrected me because that's how it worked in PoE 1. And there's very little reason to doubt it. And honestly, when I put critical weakness on something and I cast Bonestorm, it dies. Like, it was immediately just like, oh, this is not 10% more. The thing is dead. Like I'll throw a Bonestorm at a yellow mob without critical weakness, and it'll do like 40% of its health when I was like under geared. And then I'd put critical weakness up and throw a Bonestorm at another yellow mob, and it would just die. Like, every time. Like, it wasn't like, oh, sometimes it would crit. It was just dead. might actually go check on the family because there's people here in a second.
They're arriving about 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes? Okay, so I'll stream for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, 4 o'clock is when people are coming, so you have 3:30.
Nice.
If you come up now, you'll get put to work.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay down here because I'm having a little bit of mobility issues today, so fuck that.
Why do you think I'm down here?
Good. Yeah, pull up a chair. You can clear off a chair if you want.
I like to stand so I can be right over your shoulder for maximum pressure and annoyance.
Oh yeah, yeah. Right. I would expect nothing less. It's a good little brother handshake. Proper little brothering right here. Ah. Alright, so everything seems to be working. I had one thing I needed to change. This area was way better than I could have imagined. I have saved so much life. Being able to like reach out and touch like a body there means I can aim like this window. Because trying to get a corpse that's like right here is really rough, right?
Mm-hmm.
So really, it's more like a thing that hits here, and like if anything hits here, it's by luck. So increasing that range.
It's got a good spread.
Yeah, I should probably make a graphic about this. Like turn off my minions. And show like the functional. Yeah, let me turn off minions for a second and then do this. So I'm gonna take all my shit off that says minions.
Time to consume.
And I'm gonna make a graphic for you guys. Where are my clerics? Clerics is 0. Okay. So go paint. Damn it, didn't screenshot. What the fuck? Oh, wrong spell. Alright, screenshot of that. Let's open this up in Photoshop. I don't really feel like changing my... I'm gonna just bullshit some numbers. And it's like, hey, all this stuff you didn't care about to actually properly save? Yeah, I literally just don't care. Yeah. Alright, so we got this. So, like...
Gotta refund the point in Cassidy.
No. Fuck that. So, like... regular... regular thing does this, and then let me do polygon. Yeah. Click here and then click. Fuck. Need to go minus. Minus is alt. Here. And then, fuck. Learn more. No, stop. You clicked nothing. I know. Do you want to know more? No, I really don't. Okay, so I make a new layer and then just like that's like regular, right? And then what I can do here is this. But I think it's actually bigger than... I think it's slightly bigger than what it shows, so it's actually like this. Right? God damn it, I did it again. I keep doing it because it's Alt. And I don't want to press Alt because I don't want to Alt Tab. That's where my brain is going. Make it a little cleaner. Damn it. Ryan, my little brain cannot do this. I keep thinking I should be holding shift for some reason. What was the program I was using that I needed to do that? Every time, Brian. Every time.
Pressing shift hates not pressing shift.
It's just the polygon. It's weird. Okay, so now I'm going to go here. And I'm going to eventually merge these and then make a new thing. So I'm going to do this one in green for my little brain, and then I have to figure out how I want to display it. So I've got the two selections, right? Where, like, I could make the inside of this. I'm going to take this. I'm going to do FX broke. And I'm going to put inside. And I'm going to make it the same color as that. And then I'm going to not be a dumbass and put it on the green, right? And then I'm going to make the stroke a little bit smaller. So it's not as AMOG. Why is this not updating? Oh, because I still have it on the other thing. I'm a dumbass. Because I copied it. Dude, then I held Alt. Right, I held Alt. There we go. So now it looks like kind of clean. So you can see that the green is also doing the same range.
Does it also make like this width wider? Or just the length?
I think this is the same. I think like this cone is the same
The angle?
same angle. It's just bigger. So uh how much area do I have? $24, $44, 16, 60, 90. Okay. Okay, I need to make this slightly nicer looking. This just is like garish as fuck.
Garrosh!
Garish as fuck. God, this distance. I also black. Pretty good. And then I think I should do something. Should do like 2 little like lines being like unreliable corpse area. The fuck? You blue. There we go. Like a dotted line. So bad looking, but I love it. I'm gonna make this maybe the same color as the stand up. A little too dark. Needs to be dark for that background though. Having a bug with Photoshop where I have to double click. I feel like this radius is even smaller on the red. I feel like it's like actually like here. I'm gonna make it like a little bit smaller. Sounds good. Let me do this. Yeah, it's more like this. This is how it feels. And let me think this. Alright, so this is the point I wanted to make. Inji, the reason that that build was never finished is because that's not an in-game build. That's a budget build. So I do have a link in the in my description, and there should be 2 versions of the build that you were looking at. In the description of this thing you're oh wait, you're watching Twitch, fuck. It should be there. The max roll that's in my videos. Make a new one. Folder. Yeah, storm. Call this unearth area. Save a copy. JPEG. That. Open up. Project. Path of Exile. Yeah, storm. Cool. Now I can post this. No, Ingi. Okay, so if you look at my videos here, this is not an early game build. This is an early mapping build. I'm responding to Twitch chat, and I'll get to you, Samuel. So this build here, the best Bonestorm Blood Mage on a budget. I think I have to open it up. Here. Wouldn't let me just copy the link from there. So this build here, right? The one I just posted in Twitch chat. It also has the build guide here, this build planner. And normally I whitelist Maxroll because I want to support them, but this ad was bugging and like not letting me use the site properly. So I will be whitelisting this once they fix it. So, because, you know, support your content. You see here, you have the start mapping, and then you can do this drop down and go to in-game. Then you get 119 points. This is still not the full board of 123. You got to use this drop down to see what your start mapping and what your in-game is. This is probably where you're confused. And I don't have all 123 points in because, I mean, that's ridiculous. And second, this build is not supposed to be the end-game build. This is from like level 60 to like level 90. This will get you through. And when you get a couple divine orbs, you can start trying other builds. And that's what I'm working on now, is the next build after. After you run this build and you just get your bargain, you know, with like 12 Exalted, you'll be comfortably clearing high tiers. After that, you can, you know, choose what you want to do because you save so much money and can jump right into content. And so I'm currently working on a Chaos Storm build where you run a bunch of minions and... Oh, I gotta put this on.
Feast on flesh.
So now, when I take my minions and I blow them up, I blew up too many of them that didn't res. Whoops. I go over here and blow them up. Then they get rezzed. Blow them up again. So anyways, I get a bunch of minions. So I end up with about 30 minions. And then those minions give me 3% spell power each as chaos damage, or 3% extra damage as chaos. And my Bonestorm ends up doing like 150 extra chaos damage per attack, and it's crazy. Can you use staff or Bonestorm crit build? Honestly, I've never even looked at a staff. Just simple, Rami. It's this 3% damage is gained as chaos damage that I'm currently exploring, which is a scepter. So, alright, and now Samuel, sorry, I'm catching up to you. You have your ascension point second time. Okay, so depending on where you're at, you're in act. You either for your second point, you either go grasping wounds or leech, depending on where you're at and how you're building. And sometimes you swap between them. If you're able to maintain overflow health by running Bonestorm like I did in the right way, grasping wounds is technically better. If you're running an armor or health build, if you're running an energy shield build, maybe leech. I don't know. Alright, I need to figure out what I'm going to do. This duration, actually, I think I'm going to leave on both cases. But I could, in fact, use more duration on my other guys. How much health do they have right now? They have 4,700. I don't know if they're tanky enough to live right now without these points. This certainly helps. This extra fire and cold, and not having to move up this line to get these physical could be good. It says it estimates 75% damage reduction. Which is, apparently I already have a ton of physical damage reduction somehow. Let me do something. How many of these do I have right now? I only have 2. So I don't know where it's cooking up this estimated physical damage reduction of 47%. I don't know how it's getting that number. It's basing it off of this tiny amount of armor. That's not accurate at all, right? Then I'm adding all this damage reduction here. Here. And I don't think I have any other minion damage reduction nodes, so I don't know what's up with that. Maybe minions have natural damage reduction? If I took these 4 points out, I could put these 4 points in and get 30% more duration. So this area feels really good. Let's see how it feels
Speak.
with those 4 points allocated here. Oh, this is 5 points actually. Holy. So spell damage is kind of a trap if you don't know how. Do you know how the difference between additive and multiplicative damage works, Rami? Are you familiar with those terms?
I must keep calculating.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna have to just do this in a notepad. Okay, let's ignore all this stuff here. God, dude, I need... hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this in Notepad++. Okay, thank fuck. Do dark mode. Alright, so... that big... Can you read this? I don't know. Alright, so let's say I have... You're 131% spell damage, right? This is your... staff. Right? That sounds pretty good. So we actually have to do it like this. Alright, so like, this is one way to think of it, right? But this is not how things actually work. Why do the arrow keys move my cursor? I don't know what setting that is, but it really trolls me. Alright, but that's not actually how this works. It works more like this, alright? We have 100% base damage. Alright, and then we have to add up all of our other additive damage, right? So let's look at this thing. I got 3% spell power per 100 maximum mana. 275. Or 2,800 mana. So we have to add 5-2 divided by 100. It's 85 spell power from this. This is Arcane Intensity. Over here we have $30 spell damage here. This is just increased damage. So this is 30% crit stuff. We have another 15% here. I don't actually have that much spell damage right now from build. I thought I had another node somewhere. That might be it. Alright. And then we add the staff of 131%. So we're at, before we get to the staff of 131%, we're at 100 plus 85 plus 30 plus 15. We're at 230%, right? Now, if we were to add your staff of 131% plus staff, we end up at 361. Right? And that's assuming we have no other spell power from gear. Now let's compare that to this wand. This wand has 98 spell power, so slightly less than the staff. So if we took 230% plus 98% wand. So the wand is 98%, staff is 131%. But when you add these two numbers together, we're at 328%, right? But the difference between these two, this wand, the staff over this wand, is 361 divided by 328. So that staff equals 10% more damage. So this number, 361 divided by 328. So this is what the staff gives you, 10% more damage from spell power, comparing it to the wand. But then the wand has a whole offhand slot, where you could put a focus, you could put a this thing. So the staff has to be worth more than whatever an offhand could be, right? And right now, my offhand is giving me not 10% more damage. My offhand is giving me 150% more damage. Like actual more, not just this. So, right now, even though I have that, if a wand is 110% of my damage, and this offhand is 250% damage, then my current offhand is this much better. But that's my current setup. My current setup's really weird and janky and just crazy. So different offhands will have different levels of value. Yeah, so you really it's not a matter of just the spell damage number is what I'm trying to say. Like this spell damage number doesn't matter as much. As long as you have a decent amount on your wand, a staff isn't that much better because it has a bit more additive damage. So all of these modifiers are additive damage. Whenever you see the word increased, you add them all together. You don't multiply, right? But when you see the word more, like this says more damage, then you multiply by 1.4. So this is not... So if I look at my wand's damage, my wand is doing 328% damage, right? This is my wand. When I add 40% more damage, I don't do... It's not 368%. If it were additive. No, it's 328% times 1.4 equals what the answer is. So it's actually 459%. So when you see more, it's worth, well, more. In this case, it's the difference of this 40% more is 24% better than if it was increased. So we like more modifiers. And right now, this is a more modifier. And skill ranks, anytime you see levels of all physical skill ranks or whatever, these basically work as a more modifier, but it's harder to... There's scaling involved. So at low levels, adding one skill rank is worth like 30% more damage. But at high levels, it's like 12% more damage. 12 to 13% more damage per skill rank. So you can safely say like 12 at high levels. Every time you see a skill level. It's actually like 12.5 to 12.9 pairs. Maybe 13 if you want to be, you know, a little bit more generous. What's a briny carapace in the skill tree? Someone's already suggested that. This. Sorry, I just read your thing in chat and Twitch chat. I was focused on that ramble game master. Okay, so you do not want to run Game Master, where are you in the game right now? Like, have you completed the campaign? Are you like level 80? Are you level 60? That's what I need to know. This version of the build that I'm running right now, with this, you shouldn't run this version. You shouldn't run this build right now. You should run my budget build, the one I linked. This build is way more expensive and harder to put together. Because what makes it function, I mean, I guess it could work, but part of being tanky requires like a bunch of mana. It requires like this. This is really helping. Look how crazy this is. You don't necessarily need this. I was running it without this, but like as soon as I got this, it was like night and day. So, like this is okay. This is cheap, I guess. So this would probably work. The thing that I was worried about is trying to get your resistances up. Right? Like trying to balance getting high resistances and tank stats early on for me was very hard. Also, this requires like I'm fairly stretched thin on points and I have no idea. I have done zero thought in how to put this together with less points. Here's Game Master, I didn't use this build until I hit level 90. This is a level 90 build. This build cost me 6 Divine Orbs. But if you want a build that will clear this build here that I have in this video, I think I linked it earlier in chat. That video here, I cleared a tier 16 at level 65. Corrupted with bad mods. That's what this build does. It gets you started so that you can jump right into content. So run my budget build, it's better. It is so much better at lower levels. It's miles beyond any. There is not another Bonestorm build. There's not really even another witch build that I've seen that can just go into tier 16s immediately after hitting the campaign. You won't find enough maps to do tier 16s or tier 15. And there are things that will punish this build. Like Burning Ground is like the scariest thing in the goddamn world. Minions probably can do it. I think people have figured out Arsonist and stuff. What about for Blood Mage? Can Minions Arsonist? Or I guess there's not anything particular. Yeah, Minions should just work because you can just live. This might be the best Sekemahs build, okay? Nishka, I'm gonna hold on to that one. Yeah, Detonate Dead can do it as well, too. Yeah. How hard is Detonate Dead to put together? Probably actually not that hard. You just grab a bunch of minion skills, right? How's the tank survivability? How's the survivability of those builds? Probably okay. My big concern... Okay. Yeah, my big concern is it just was really easy for me to build armor. So I think for what I wanted to do with Bonestorm, armor made more sense. Yeah, see, that's the thing about like what I was worried about. I didn't have to do armor at all. Like if you remember this build here, this build I have 0 resists. Like actually 0. And I was surviving tier 16s because of this armor. I don't think you can find a cheaper build than this. I do think my cost expectations are going to be off because that. Yeah, exactly. This is a Blood Mage thing. I don't know if Infernalists could do this because they don't have the overflow health. So for my budget build, it's these two uniques. So this unique, so if you just take off your gear, right? If you take off all your gear, you end up at -90 or -40 all resists, right? So this helmet gets you from -40 resist and just puts you at 0 resist. You can't go above or below. You're stuck at 0 resists. And the consolation prize is it also gives you 50% increased max life. So you end up with like 2300 HP with no gear. Like just the helmet. You just put the helmet on, you have 2300, 2400 HP. And no resists. And that sounds bad until you look at this chest piece. And this chest piece says armor applies to elemental damage. So armor doesn't work as a flat damage reduction. It has really wonky shit. So for armor to work, you need like 9,000 of it, or it's shit. Like it doesn't do its job unless you have it like at least 8,000, and then it starts to work. And you also, so what you do is you wear these two items, and now that you can't get resists, and your armor applies to most elemental damage. It does not specifically apply to burning ground. That will kill the shit out of you. But it does apply to almost every other ignite effect in the game. Just not burning ground. Like Flame Wall. It applies to Flame Wall, but it doesn't apply to burning ground. So, you get these two things, and then because you don't need any resists, you look for gear that has armor, and more armor. So armor on your gloves, armor on your belt, armor on your boots, and armor on your shield. And like 900 armor on your shield, 700 armor on your boots, 500 plus armor on your gloves. And the only reason you can afford that kind of level of armor is because it has 0 resists on it. Yeah. Yeah, and then the Pinnacle Boss will totally kill you, Callistia, because this is not made for that at all. This build is just like, hey, I want to spend like 6 to 12 Exalted, and I want to be able to just go. And then armor just falls off a cliff, and that's why I'm switching builds. But like, I'm switching builds at like level, 80, 90. I'm level 90, but like I probably should have switched off that build at like 85 or even 80. I just was testing it, and it took me that long. I had a bunch of extra levels to keep testing it. And this armor build, if you figure out Sekemahs, it clears Sekemahs really well. Also, hi Calastia. I gotta get going in just a sec. You caught me at the end of stream. I hear people arriving upstairs. So, we've got a Christmas Eve party that started 15 minutes ago, and the first guest just arrived. Honestly, I have no fucking clue. I'm just using it because apparently rarity is super important, and unlike most games, which rarity is a fake stat that doesn't actually work, it actually does what it says it does in this game and just like doubles your drop chances like of everything. So I need to stack rarity to the moon next. But yeah, I'm just kind of wrapping up. Calastia, I found a ton of tweaks on this build. I just want to run by you real quick before I go. I've just started testing like weapon swaps, because weapon swaps are really janky day one, so I never really experimented with them while I was leveling because it just seemed to brick my minions. And now it still makes them weird, but like they mostly work. So you know how I said I needed duration? Well, if I put Unearth on my weapon slot 2, I can run duration on just Unearth, and it works. Oh, we talked about this. You were here earlier. Yeah, you were here. So it works. The move speed snapshots as well. I know you don't like calling it snapshot. So the move saves. Okay. That sounded mean. Did not mean that to sound mean. And so I can put all of the minion survivability nodes on just my offhand. And then that allows me to stick with, for my Bonestorm, all my damage abilities. So I get 24 points in minion stuff. And then my Bonestorm doesn't care. It does make my stuff spawn in and out sometimes kind of jank. Sometimes for the better. And what I just tested was 190% AoE on Unearth. Because one of the things I was finding is that Unearth, Sekemahs is amazing. If you can clear a level 80 Sekemahs every time, you get like 1.5 like 0.8 divine orbs per run worth of gear. So it's like on average 60 exalteds. This doesn't really hurt my FPS at all. It's the shaders. When I'm having issues, there's a shader bug that will fuck it up. Can my build do what? Not this build, my other build, my budget build. I was on stream doing it. I farmed most of the time. But there's strategy. You have to learn how to do it. Like, you need to build straight into getting as much water as possible, getting the right mods, and like, it's not, you can take a lot of the RNG out of it if you know, but I don't have time to do that explanation right now. But yeah, I did it in one of my live streams. You can see at the very start of it, it was one of these two. Yeah, here it is. So this was my Sekemahs stream 2 days ago, and you can just watch me do Sekemahs like 8 times. But it's not really formatted to be a long description. But like, you get a ton of loot in Sekemahs. It's crazy. You get so many maps. Okay, like, the reason I am just comfortably sitting at this many tier 15 maps and all of these precursor tablets, I got all this shit in Sekemahs, dude. This was Sekemahs. This was half of this was Sekemahs. This is amazing. And then you just get so much gear. And if you know what to sell, like these power siphon wands, level 80 plus, like the 78, no one's messed with it. If this was 80 or 81, I would have already sold this for like 3 or 4 exalted orbs, because if it was a normal like power siphon wand with no mods will sell for a ton. And so every Sekemahs chest that's a mage's chest, you just look for power siphon wands that are level 20 plus. Or not 20, level 80 plus. And I also I didn't use any of these lower level ones, so I have all these keys of lower levels that I don't care about. I actually just would only buy the level 80 ones, area level 80, get the maximum highest level gear. But yeah, run my budget build. The armor build, because it has 75% block, 75% of the time, you don't lose honor in Sekemahs when you just block the damage with the shield. And then there's a bunch of Sekemahs, like, there's the change the trial parameters. One of them says, you take physical damage, but you gained 3 boons. Well, when you have 80% armor and additional physical damage reduction from your shield, you pick that option that does you 1200 physical damage and you lose like 100 honor. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. So you take every option that does you physical damage because you have armor, and you just ignore it and get the benefit. It's hilarious. It's way easier than any energy shield. And like, you can block trap. So anyways, I gotta go. Y'all have been great. I'm still shocked that I've had 30 viewers pretty much this whole time. I don't know when the next time I'm going to be streaming is. I have a feeling tonight I'm going to just die at like midnight, and then I may sleep through the night. I may wake up at like 5 in the morning my time again. But yeah. I gotta get going. I'll see you. I'll just end on this image. Pretty. Merry Christmas, everybody.